Okay, I just made the same mistake I always make, so hopefully I've got audio. Uh, I can check that real quick here. Um, I make the same. Yeah, we got audio. I make the same mistake every time I do this. I forget to turn my microphone on, so bear with me. Anyway, I'm going to start over just a little bit. Um, a couple days ago, as you folks might remember, Tim Holmseth made a claim that had to do with a Jacksonville TV station making an announcement that someone had called in claiming to be Haley Cummings. And so almost immediately after that, Task Force posted on her Twitter account uh, this, immediately accusing Levi Page and Alex Goddard, me, Kim, and a whole bunch of other people being part of this finder's call, being part of uh, NXIVM and International Child Trafficking and Human Harvesting Network. And they're saying it got exposed because of this woman claiming to be Haley Cummings. And also, there was another young girl that was pictured in the BitChute post that was also reported missing. But the second girl was found. Unfortunately, she was stabbed to death. And the case is not unsolved, which Tim Holmseth forgot to mention. It turned out that her 14-year-old boyfriend is charged with her murder. And so this child trafficking claim that they made on BitChute basically got thrown out. But let's go on. Now, in the slide, as usual, Tim Holmseth and Randy make some rather weird statements and accusations. Now, the first slide goes like this. Levi Page is a 30-something man with no girlfriend and no children. Now, I'm going to stop here for a minute. Why does it matter whether or not Levi Page has a girlfriend and whether or not he has children? The man is not married. So why would he have children out of wedlock? I mean, now Tim Holmseth has done this. It's documented. Every single solitary one of his kids are the result of a one-night stand. He is not married to the mothers of these children. And in fact, he wasn't even paying child support. That was being paid for him by guess who? And it turns out that the oldest child that Levi fathered was given up for adoption and he did not fight it. I suppose that's because it's alleged that Tim Holmseth is himself adopted and he didn't see anything wrong with that. But nevertheless, he's fathered 3 or 4 children and, never married the mothers, as far as we know. Now, there may have been a marriage in there, but, can't find the marriage license, can't find the divorce. So maybe Task Force, since she likes to do personal information, can provide us that little tidbit. And while she's at it, she can also tell the world why Tim Holmseth was slapped with a grand larceny and trespassing charge. For some reason, they want to be quiet about that. And one of these days, we're going to find out why. Now, moving on here. He said, we have identified him, Levi, to photos connecting him with Jeffrey Epstein through Rachel Chandler and NXIVM, and no, they have not. The child that they compared Levi Page to is not the child in that picture. Now, I am sure that Randy has done a thorough background on Levi, doxed him, and all that. And if she had done that, she would have known that Levi has lifelong parents who he has lived with his entire life. There would have been no opportunity for him to be involved with Jeffrey Epstein and Rachel Chandler in NXIVM. This is another defamation on the part of Levi and Randy, or on the part of Timothy and Randy. They are obsessed for some weird reason with Levi. And they go on with, police discovered Lee Page lied in an online bio when he was 20, where he claimed to be 34. Now, again, this is not true. And there would be no reason for police to be investigating Levi because Levi hasn't broken the law. But, Tim Holmseth and Randy Erickson are not known for telling the truth. They lie about people simply because they don't like them. They're perceived enemies. They have opinions that are opposite theirs. They question their claims. And so they automatically smear people in this manner. And, and this is why they're jealous. He was on CNN national television as a, quote, criminal investigator reporting on missing child cases. Evidence shows Page threatens witnesses in missing child cases. And again, this is not true. Levi may have gotten a little upset because of what was being said about him and challenged Timmy on his show, which Timmy, like the coward he is, said, no, I'm not going on your show. And so that takes care of smear number one. Further in the video, we have this. Levi Page is obsessed with matters involving child custody, dispute, having no children of his own, and no genuine feelings of love for children. Now, again, this is utter nonsense. Timothy Charles Holmseth has 4 children, 3, 4, depending on how you look at it. And with the exception, I guess, of his daughter and his youngest child, his son, he, quote, loves them, even though instead of being around them all the time, he goes sightseeing all over the United States. Again, he put one up for adoption and so forth. So, he's not one to talk. And just because I don't get this highly personal attacks on Levi and other people. This is weird, but this is what he does. He can't have a different opinion with somebody without making these weird accusations. He's done it for 12 years, and he's done it even before that. Now, he's got people like Monty involved with the murder out in Colorado and all sorts of things. He's falsely accused Monty of making a film with a child in it. The woman was an adult. The movie may not be in the best taste, but it certainly did not involve a child. The woman was an adult. She has stated so. And Timothy just will not accept it. He keeps bringing Monty into this. His best friend, Chad Cater, was accused of this sort of thing when he was accused of spilling whatever beans were supposed to have been spilled to Kim Bacasio, which he did not, and so forth. Timmy just automatically, if you disagree with him or have a difference of opinion that he doesn't like, you get labeled as a pedophile, part of these cults and strange groups, and part of Epstein, and part of all kinds of crap. And this slide's a perfect example of that. Page is part of a larger group that fits his profile and tampers in child-related cases. Now, this is funny because what has Tim Holmseth been doing? He's been barging in to the Haley Cummings case. He's done this in the beginning. He was told to butt out, not only by Kim, because she didn't want to have any part of him. He butted into areas where other people, including the Cummings family, told him they wanted no part of him. And he was warned to stop it with that family, which he wisely did, because I think the sheriff up there kind of told him, you either knock it off or else, and he disappeared. But he got involved with Cynthia Absug. He's now involved in some ways with Michael Long and all these others. You can go and see case after case after case after case where Timothy Charles Holmseth is obsessed either with missing and murdered children, or in the case of Michael Long, and in some other cases, custody issues. There's Cynthia Absug, Nellie Blanchard, Michael Long, and a couple others that I forget the names of, but this is what Timmy does. The group is connected to the CIA finders cult of the 1980s. The group was investigated and morphed into other groups, including an FBI operation called PATCON, short for Patriotic Conspiracy. Now, this is what I find interesting. He sits here and attacks the FBI. Yet he says, oh, I was this big shot witness for the FBI. He's praising an organization that he is also criticizing. The guy cannot seem to make up his own mind. And so, this is what I started to want to talk about tonight, was this defamatory post that Tim Holmseth and Randy Erickson made on Twitter against Levi and Goddard, and then morphed over into accusing a whole bunch of people and being involved in all these various international trafficking, eating, selling, what have you, organizations and so forth. And hi, Levi, welcome. We were just talking about you. I don't know what time you're going on with Web Sleuths. This is going to be a little bit brief, and since you're in here, I'm going to do this. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Levi Page had done a segment on this woman that called in about claiming that she was Haley Cummings. Well, as it turns out, Levi also made a second video earlier today, having to do with this case. And what I'm going to ask people to do is, when I pull this up, let me know immediately if I have audio. So here we go. Okay, Levi, this is what I said. Let me check something. I'm going to take this off. This is a question that I asked you earlier. I may not have done what I was supposed to here. And so let me go back, because you know what you said and everything. So just bear with me. All right, let me restart this and see what happens. Otherwise, I'll just, I may have to let Levi retell a story.
Here's the latest in the case. So, Dominic Pistoricello, he has been on the Haley Cummings case from the very beginning. He's with the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. He reached out to me and said, "We received the tip at the end of May and we began working on it right away. We didn't actually get the DNA of this woman until the following month because she was not cooperating with law enforcement. So we obtained it
Okay, hold
using
on.
a
I forgot to do
civilian
something.
in Portland."
This is one
So
of these
this
days.
tip.
Okay, let me take this back to. This is the one big problem I'm having with this software is getting this set up properly. All right, we're going to try this again.
Here's the latest in the case. So, Dominic Pistoricello, he has been on the Haley Cummings case from the very beginning. He's with the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. He reached out to me and said, "We received the tip at the end of May and we began working on it right away. We didn't actually get the DNA of this woman until the following." It appears that this woman that sent in the tip.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do some more testing on this, but essentially, as in Levi can attest to, Levi went through the trouble of calling law enforcement, doing investigative reporting, which Tim Holmseth apparently does not have the capability of, and found out that the woman who called in and said that she was Haley Cummings is not. They did a DNA test in May and got the results, and the woman has mental issues and basically is not Haley Cummings. They apparently are not going to press charges. Maybe they're going to have her seek mental help. Now, the interesting thing about this, some details were left out, and probably because everybody was so fixated on the fact that somebody called in claiming to be Haley Cummings that they didn't ask a few questions. And the first question I was wondering is, how old was the woman that called this tip into the crime, to the tip line? If people remember that when Haley Cummings disappeared, which was about 12 years ago, she was quite young. And her birthday was just a little while ago. I think the 6th of August would have been 18. And that's what I was trying to point out, Levi. That someone who claimed to be 18 years old called in saying that she was Haley Cummings from clear across the country and was found out through DNA testing. And guess what? Tim Holmseth has not mentioned this. There has not been one word anywhere on any of their social media accounts that this woman is 18 years old. It's a teenager. She's just turned an adult. And at the time that this claim was made, the woman was 17 years old. She was a teenager. Now, why this woman, or child as she was at the time, made this call may never come out. We may never learn the identity of this person unless she gets on social media and said, hey, the cops are wrong. I am Haley Cummings. Blah, 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 blah. But this is where you find out who is and who is not an investigative reporter. Because Tim, when he immediately heard about this, created this page saying, oh, see, I told you that she's alive. She's part, the bigger story's going to come out. She got connected to this other Florida girl who the case has already been solved to the point it's going to trial, and never checked the story. And needless to say, neither did the Jacksonville station, because if they had made one phone call to the detective in question, they would have found out the same information that Levi found out, that this woman is a fraud. The woman created a hoax. And now, guess what? Tim is left with egg on his face. He would have lost even if it had proven Haley Cummings is alive, because he has done several articles and YouTube videos where he declared that Haley was sacrificed in some kind of a ritual. That's quite correct. Timmy made a claim a long time ago that Haley was dead. They had found underwear or something in, you spelled it wrong, but that's okay. And what's this thing with the candles? But he had made the claim that Haley was dead as part of some ritual. And again, blaming Kim. She said Kim sold Haley to this group. Put candles in a car? And, but he's constantly changing his story. Before 2017, we never heard of Epstein. We never heard of the finders. We never heard of any of this. I read his book. There's nothing in there about the finders. Not one word. And that was a big story going around back then. But all of a sudden, you get, where Epstein's in the news, Timmy jumps on that story and says, oh, it's, all of that. And, it's kind of funny that this happened on the 2-year anniversary to the day that Tim Holmseth is a fugitive from justice. He has 2 warrants for his arrest out so far. He cannot go to either the state of Florida or to the state of Minnesota without risking getting arrested. And so, hi, fireman, welcome. And it's funny. He could have gone to court, even though the video I saw that Glow put up where Field says, oh, it's a kangaroo court. Don't go to the kangaroo court. He could have gotten all of this on the record instead of going on these remote websites and putting this stuff out there where only us and maybe a limited number of people would see it. All his claims are buried on a extremely right-wing website where only the conspiracy theorists see it. and he cuts off comments so that nobody can interact with them and say, hey, what's the deal here? He was getting scalped, tarred and feathered, and everything else. So because of that, they shut down comments because they're scared to have people call them out, even though they do anyway. And people watch him because there's a lot of people that like to watch a train wreck, I suppose. But this is just another example of where Tim Holmseth puts stuff up on the internet and doesn't bother to check it out. I mean, he almost got in trouble with a TV station up in Minnesota, wherever it was, when he falsely reported something that they had said, and it turned out to be completely false, and he had to retract and said that he was, quote, fooled into it. Now, I doubt he's going to do it this time, or he's going to say something to come up with an excuse. What more likely he's going to do is he's just going to forget about it. He'll make another video about me or Levi or Alex or somebody else, and he'll just continue the same old lies because he's not about the truth. He's about attention and he's about money. And they just keep doing this stuff. And they know they can get away with it because nobody cares. Why they do it is rather strange, but they do it. You can only go so far with this stuff. But what? Even Kim has moved on. I mean, she's going to have a pending victory with Field McConnell because of what he is going to have to admit to. All the people on that side of the fence are going to see Field McConnell plead guilty to the charge against him. That Field McConnell is going to admit that he was wrong, and so on. And the only thing that's going to happen out of all this is Field is going to go away. And these idiots are still going to continue their weird conspiracy theories. They're still going to attack people. But people on the normal side of the internet have finally realized what a goofball Timmy is, what a goofball the task force is, what a goofball Field is, and so on and so forth. And they're turning away from these people. They're moving on. There's people that hate Joe Biden that are going after Joe Biden. There's people that hate Donald Trump that are going after Donald Trump. There's people that hate masks that are going after masks. And there's people that are for masks that are advocating going on masks. You got people that want people to take the COVID vaccine. There's people that don't, and so on and so on and so forth. We are all moving along, having our disagreements. And there are people on here that disagree with me, and I disagree with them, but we respect each other. We respect our right to what we have to say, and we continue on. And normal people on the internet are starting to do that, and people like the QAnons are finding themselves increasingly marginalized as people start to turn away from them. It's taken a lot longer than I would expect, but you see it every day as things are not going the way QAnon wants. And people that invested time with them are saying, well, it's time to move on. Now, like I said, it's going to be fairly short. I'll probably close off at the top of the hour because all I want to do is come in and kind of talk about the nonsense that's going on here and the fact that Levi was able to, with one phone call, clear this whole thing up. And it's a phone call that Tim Holmseth and Randy and all the rest of them are incapable of making, because they don't want to make the call, because they don't want to find out that their conclusion is wrong, that the Haley Cummings case remains unsolved. Now, there's a distinct possibility that she is deceased, but there is also that long shot possibility that she might be alive. We've had cases of this in the past, and we each have our opinion on both sides of this particular case. And there's nothing wrong with that. As far as, John, your question is a good one. Because, of course, Randy is not with the Joint Special Operations Command. She has no clue as to what it is or how it works. And it's the same with the U.S. Marshals. It's the same with how the Pentagon works, how the CIA works, how the FBI works. These people don't have a clue. They know absolutely nothing. And, I have said this 100 times, with the resources these people have, they could make a better name for themselves and be more accepted if they would simply tell the truth. Okay. No, Haley has not been found. And just so you know, it's spelled Halieh. It's a common, people make that mistake all the time. But no, this is an unsolved case. Haley Cummings has been missing for years. The answer to what happened to Haley Cummings, I think, lies with the teenage babysitter and possibly the father, biological father. Because the teenage daughter or teenage babysitter failed a polygraph test. She even walked out on it. And there was a lot of strange behavior around those two. They got married, they got divorced, then they went and got caught right along with a volunteer for Texas Equisearch who was up there searching for Haley in a drug sting. Now, how stupid is that? Here's a volunteer for a nationally known agency that goes out and searches for children, and she goes out and gets caught in a drug sting. I mean, that is probably the most humiliating thing that could ever happen. Hello, Curdy. I see we got somebody showing pornography on here. Why can't people ever come in as their own name? They got to come in and troll. This is probably some stupid Timothy Holmseth or Randy Erickson, or maybe that blogger that has that fake newspaper that likes to make demands of people. But that's how these people operate. They know they're not allowed in here. They know they're not invited in here, but they come in anyway, and they smear and defame people, and now they're using revenge porn. And, I suppose, they're desperate for attention. Of course, the attention they're going to get someday is going to be unwanted, because eventually the authorities are going to catch up to them. Yeah, of course, my old tweets, and I've addressed it. Since we're on the subject of old tweets, if you go through my various blogs and so forth, you would have noticed And I noticed you put that thing in private that you put up. Remember? 3.5 minute video. Went in to look at it, and all of a sudden it's in private. So this is the thing. Levi, me, Kim, Alex, and a number of other people used to battle with each other basically because we had disagreements about Tim Holmseth. At one time, I was stupid enough to defend Timothy. I was an idiot. I believed some of Timmy's narrative because I did not check his statements and I did not check the people that were backing him up. And it turned out, as Timmy knows, that this was all due to a woman who went by the handle Radio News. And I've gone into this before. And so this little battle that all of us had with each other was instigated by radio. She impersonated someone that Kim knew and got us all beating each other up and screaming at each other on the internet because we believed that this was real. And it turned out to be the ultimate troll game. And when we all found out it was a fraud, and eventually we all found out what the true motive of Radio News was, we met, said, look, we agreed to disagree. We are not going to allow people to use us as puppets in their little puppet show. And over the years, we have begun to understand and each other much better. And we are now what I would consider friends because we are honest with each other, we understand each other, and so forth. But Timmy doesn't have a concept of that. He went and turned on his best friend. Chad Cater was probably one of the few people that believed him, had the same philosophical beliefs and so forth. And Timmy turned on him, all because of Randy and somebody saying that he had gone and ratted to Kim, which is completely false. And to this day, Tim Holmseth falsely accuses Chad Cater of the same thing he accuses all of us of. And that's how he operates. So there you go. Now, when you go back and you do your little videos about our fights that we had in 10 years ago, 8 years ago, you could put my rebuttal in there instead of hiding and coming in here using fake Twitter, YouTube names because you've been banned 6 times now. Because I know who you are. You just, for some reason, you've taken sides in this situation and you're making yourself look like an ass in the process. But these are the kind of people that Timmy attracts. He attracts the nuts and the screwballs on the internet. In any family, and I guess you can consider this an internet family, there's going to be disagreements, there's going to be fights, and so forth. But, hi, Alex. I was just talking about you. There, as you may have heard or may not have heard, there was a Twitter account that was putting up tweets of when Levi and I were having a battle over when him and Kim went to the concert up in Jacksonville and radio pretended to be Jeremy and got us all beating each other over this, and it turned out to be radio's little game. But, of course, they're not going to admit that, because then they have to admit that they were being played as well. So as I start to wrap this up, there may be a few people down the line who are on Timmy's side that tune into my channel. And I say this: you believe Timmy at your peril. But ask yourselves this: how on earth is someone that is homeless, living out of his car, and the car is full of stuff, attached to the former president of the United States? Because he certainly is not attached to any current administration. But that's a different argument we could have, I suppose. But this guy who claims to be an award-winning investigative reporter couldn't even make a simple phone call to the investigating agency behind the Haley Cummings case and get the rest of the story concerning this claim that the woman was Haley. Because he would have found out that the DNA test had come in. The woman is not Haley Cummings. She's some poor teenager that has mental problems. I mean, the woman would have had to have been 17 years old. She would have just turned 18 years old in August if she were the real Haley Cummings. So we never got any details from law enforcement as to how old this woman was. And probably for her protection, they are keeping her anonymous. Now, she might be stupid enough to show up on social media someday and say, hey, guess what? I'm Haley Cummings. Just like there's an idiot running around saying he's JFK Jr., and we've got another idiot running around saying that they're the postmaster of the world. I mean, we got all kinds of weird people running around saying that they are famous people, and they're not. They're just people with holes in their head or who are desperate for attention, just like Timmy is. I mean, this is probably the shoddiest piece of reporting that I have seen, if you want to call it that, from Tim Holmseth. He blew it completely. So what are we going to do with that? We move on. I mean, there's other things we're going to be discussing. I mean, Phil McConnell in a couple of weeks is going to plead guilty to his crimes. And there's going to be things that are going to be involved. His punishment's going to be harsh. He may only get time served. And there's going to be other stuff that's going to be in there. But it's going to be over and done with. And Field will melt off into the background, probably play with all these cars he's got up there, harvest some corn, and enjoy the rest of his life. He's got a nice pension. He's got a nice house. He could walk away from all this if he had any brains. Say the hell with this. It was fun while it lasted, but it's been more trouble than it's worth. I'm going to go ahead and go out, and I'm going to get in my limousines or my hearse, and I'm just going to go driving around. And, be done with that shit. Let other people do it. I mean, Kirk has picked up the mantle, and so forth. Well, you know something, Alex? I heard something from a very reliable source. Tim likes to boast about having this award and so forth. But what he doesn't talk about is that he has been accused of plagiarism. He was fired, allegedly, from the newspaper specifically because of plagiarism. Now, Timmy turned around and in his old blog, if people want to go search for it, hammered the newspaper. He made all kinds of accusations against him. I believe there was something about they wanted his fingerprints. But he went after the newspaper. Apparently, He didn't sue the newspaper, as far as I know. He sued everybody else. And then he brings up, Randy brings up, and other people bring up this quote unquote security clearance that Timmy got to work at a federal facilities. But he leaves out the part that, number one, he got fired from that job, that he was working for a temp agency, and that the security levels that he got was minimal because it was the Weather Bureau. This was not FBI headquarters. It was not the CIA. It was not a military base. It was the Weather Bureau. Tim Holmseth sued the Weather Bureau because they fired him as a janitor. And it wasn't even the Weather Bureau that fired him. It was the temp agency he worked for, because people were complaining that he would not shut up about his conspiracy theories and he would not take a bath. That was the allegation. Tim has never denied it. He's never addressed it. He's just ignored it. And that's what happens. He gets into a trap where the truth comes out, and to a point, he'll deny it, but eventually he just completely ignores it and buries the lead, so to speak. And that's what they're doing now. They're doing their conspiracy theories over on their BitChute account, completely ignoring the fact that his story about the girl being Haley Cummings has been disproven. And hello, Eva. So, this is this ever repeating cycle, this carousel that Timmy goes through. He brags about stuff that no longer exists. Now, a core truth is he won, quote, some kind of award, but it was a fluff piece that he was awarded. He was awarded because of, he knows how to write, I guess, or something. I don't know, but it wasn't a breaking story like solving a murder or anything like that. It was just some fluff piece that he was working on, but he eventually got fired for plagiarism, allegedly. And it's the fight. You bring up a very important point, because in his book he admits it. And as I go through, I've got a copy of his damn book. And, okay, let me start with this part. We're going to have a little book reading here. My body is convulsing. I attempt to thrust my right arm across my body in a failed effort to create enough momentum to roll myself off the bed. I am trying to fall onto the cold, hard floor where it's harder to drift or, quote, sleep. I have been drunk for over a year straight with no break, and I weigh about 85 pounds. My arm just flaps and dangles. I want to cry, but that requires energy my body does not have. I am so dehydrated, I would have no tears anyway. I am so alone. Lying there, I can feel my bladder and bowels have been emptied into my pants. It means absolutely nothing to me. Don't shut your eyes, Tim, I hear again. I know if my eyes stay closed, I will remain in this place forever. I have known for the past 3 days now, as I have departed and resumed to my body over and over, I am dying. I am dying, and I am going to hell. How my body got to the phone in the other room is a mystery, and the ambulance ride is a vague memory. I arrived at what the locals call the third floor. It is the Nut Ward Detox Center for the Northwest Medical Center in Thief River Falls, Minnesota. right there is Tim admitting that number one, he's an alcoholic. He was drunk for a year straight, and that he woke up in a mental institution. And yet he'll go on the internet and he'll brag that he's had an examination and there's nothing wrong with him. And the examination that he brags about is only to find out if he is fit to stand trial. Because if you're insane, they won't put you on trial. They'll simply lock you up. But the point I'm making is Tim admitted to being so drunk that he only weighed 85 pounds. He'd been drunk for a year straight, and he woke up in a mental institution, a detox center. And you just don't wake up off the floor and say, yep, I feel better now. See ya. You stay there a while. And this is one of many things I learned when I went to Thief River Falls, Minnesota. And the reason I don't mention this and put it in the Chaos Project is because it is private information that I cannot reveal. But the problem for Timmy is that people in Thief River Falls know his history as well as in other parts of Minnesota. Tim has a highly interesting past. And, well, Levi, you're right. But the thing of it is, he goes around saying that he's this brilliant investigative reporter who has connections to the former president of the United States and to Lynn Wood and to Michael Flynn and all these other heroes of the QAnon. And it's simply not true. Very few people have heard of him, except people that want to pretend that they are the son of the former president of the United States that died in a plane crash and miraculously came to life as a potential candidate, vice president with Donald Trump, and whose ethnicity has changed. He's gone from being an Irish Catholic to being Hispanic. I thought that was kind of weird. What the hell is shart? Oh, I get it. I haven't been following the chat that much. But, and he's never said why he was adopted. He was an open adoption, so he knows his birth mother, who he never talks about. He once declared his birth name in court. And he named his son after his birth name, the last birth name. Yeah, he was born as Hoke, Lawrence Hoke. Or Hoff, I should say, sorry. And he didn't talk about it at all. Well, he's full of shart then. Yeah, when I get old like this, I tend to not comprehend things, I guess. But, basically this is all I wanted to do, was bring out that Tim is starting up with the same old shart again. He's a regular shart head over there. Falsely accusing people, going after people because they're single and don't have babies, or single and can't have babies, and so on and so forth. I mean, he doesn't like, he rails in the fact, or at least Randy does, that I live in this old mobile home. But at least I'm not living out of my car or sponging off of people. But, that's the hypocrite of those people. And they're never going to change. And judging by some of the posts that I've been mentioned in, they're not going to change. They, these are a ring of idiots. And they're just going to keep being stupid until eventually they're only going to be talking to each other, because this business with Q and this other stuff is a fad that's eventually going to die. It's going to go away. People are going to move on to other things. And, they may come up with different conspiracy theories, but eventually conspiracies are going to get old. People are going to get bored with them, and people are going to move on. There's always a current event. And so eventually the Sophie Long situation is going to be resolved. Either Michael Long is going to turn himself in, or they're going to catch him, or it's otherwise going to be solved. And we're going to find out who is correct. Is the mother correct, or what have you? Well, that's a possibility. And the thing of it is, this is an open adoption. So, it's not like he was given to a stranger. He was given to somebody the mother knows, either as family or somebody that she knew, because she approved of their adopting Holmseth. So, again, you go back to, since Tim likes to get personal about people's lives, about saying people don't have girlfriends, or because they don't have children out of wedlock, they don't like children, maybe he can explain why he was adopted and who his adopted mother was. I mean, it's an open adoption. He's even told his birth name in court paperwork. You can look it up. He went and did some sovereign citizen thing, and he says, I declare myself Lawrence Holt, and so on. Hoff. No, I keep mispronouncing it. It's Hoff. And then he goes and names his youngest child after his last name. Guess kind of keep a remnants of some kind. Well, we could speculate all we want about who he is or is not, but, we can glean a bit of what his problem is from the passage I read from his book, because it's a confession. It's a confession that he was in such a state that he was drunk for a solid year. He was down to 85 pounds at some point, pissing his pants, and laying on the floor of a nut ward. And those were his exact words. So, and then he talks about people passed out drunk in their underwear. I mean, that is about as hypocritical as it gets. And the photograph has never been identified. Not that it matters, but, it is considered to some extent revenge porn. And it's also bullying and criminal bullying. And he supports violence against women. He supports violence against the authorities. And he can't say anybody's lying about it because we have it in his own words. He has agreed with Field McConnell on the violent actions they wanted to take against Kim Picasio, and with Field McConnell's own sister. He's threatened the life of his sister. He's alleged to have threatened the life of a bank official. And this is who Tim Holmseth supports. So by extension, Tim Holmseth supports violent solutions. And then he goes around whining that people are out to get him and do violence against him, which in most cases it's all made up. I mean, that's all a lie. It's all been proven a lie. There's no police reports to back up anything he says, except a telephone call. And, there's the vice president of the United States certainly did not go and attempt to assassinate him. I mean, this guy tells incredible fish tales. And people don't take that into consideration. They move on and say, "Oh, since he worships Donald Trump, we're going to like the guy," or he doesn't like Hillary, so we're gonna believe this nonsense. And that's a funny thing. This Mr. and Mrs. Holmseth thing, because that's been used in the $1 million lawsuit that they threatened against me, and the 30 days is about up. It's Randy Holmseth. Now, it's going to be curious if they ever decide to go through with this, what name they're going to put on a lawsuit. Are they going to put Randy Erickson, or are they going to put Randy Holmseth? And, you have to wonder what Randy's husband thinks about Randy Erickson going around using Randy Holmseth in a public internet forum. Yeah, I think the clock's run out on any appropriation, that. Of course, I don't know, I guess there's ways to kind of rewind the clock. I don't know. You never know. But, and you get, now we go back a little bit to this police report business. It dawned on me why she made the police report. It wasn't to get the officer charged with malfeasance of duty or swatting or any of that. The reason that complaint was made is so nobody can get the records. They can't get the body cam footage. They can't get the police report. They can't get any of it. Because now that there's an eternal investigation, the records are sealed. This is how Randy is keeping the truth from coming out. She doesn't want people to see her living room. She doesn't want people seeing her husband saying that they are separated. He hasn't seen her for a year, and so on and so forth. Those records are sealed indefinitely until this investigation is complete. You cannot get the public records of that incident until the Anoka County Sheriff's Office completes their investigation and makes a ruling. And there's no telling how long that will take. And so until that investigation is concluded, the truth that Randy is trying to hide is going to stay hidden. And that's the reason for it. Well, I think Craig is going to be the one that's going to be pressing for the Largo property, which is a condo and a house. As far as we know, there may be more down there here. But, I don't understand the husband. Why would the guy humiliate himself like that? I mean, people have got to know what's going on up there. Because, people check the internet and they're going to see that Randy is running around using the name of a guy that's 10 years younger than she is, and she is still married. Are they committing adultery? Hard to say. It depends on if Tim is able to uh, grow the tree, so to speak, or if he has to take one of those little pills. Um, yeah, it depends on if she's got a dry lake or not. I'm not going to get too specific here, but you got to kind of wonder what's going on with these two and why this woman would attach herself to this guy who she said had a filthy apartment. He hadn't taken a bath. He had a car that cost $5,000 to fix, and then she had to turn around and buy him another car. I mean, what possessed her to do this? What is there about this idiot that causes her to do this? And in the long run, it has to be about money. She is able to make money off of this guy. I mean, she probably throws enough money at him so that he can afford to make these little trips around the country. She might be with him, or she's somewhere. Well, Nathan, it's in the recordings. The guy said that he has been separated from his wife since September of the year that Timmy went on a run. So, I mean, can you imagine? And some friend of Brian's is surfing the web and sees Randy using Tim Holmseth's last name. And he calls up Brian and says, "Hey, dude, I saw this thing on the internet where your wife is using the last name of another dude. What's going on?" And he says, "Well, it's like this." And now he has to come up with some excuse to explain why his wife, regardless of whatever their status is running around with a guy 10 years younger than her using his name as if they went to Las Vegas and got married, and puts it in a lawsuit. If Tim Holmseth and Randy Holmseth goes through with that lawsuit and uses that name, it's going to be a matter of public record. It's going to be in the court system that Randy Erickson has changed her name to Randy Holmseth. So, yeah, this is the part, this is the thing. Randy was not able to keep this off the record. That her husband stated that they're separated. She completely ignores that as if it's not true. Or maybe she's going to say that her husband lied to protect her, which is a felony. And they warned him about that. And if she would have allowed the body cam footage to be matter of public record, we would have found that out. And we would have also found out what the inside of her house really looks like. We'd get to see her living room. She wants to see my living room so bad. I picture her living room is on a bunch of body cams. It'd be real interesting to see that. And see if that room where Tim Holmseth was lounging, watching TV, is in that house. But, this is back to the same thing. They do not tell the truth. They lie day in and day out. They lie on their BitChute channel, they lie on their Twitter channel, and they lie everywhere else they are. And, they will not stop. They are never going to stop. That much is perfectly clear. And, this has been going on for 12 years in the case of Tim and 5 years in the case of Randy. And they just are going to keep doing this over and over and over again. Nothing you can do about it. Because, Twitter doesn't seem to care. BitChute, there's no hope for BitChute. And so on and so forth. And yes, the cops did state that they believed that he was there. And so you have this situation where they do these things. They claim to be Bible thumpers, yet they aren't even following the Ten Commandments, which is basic in most religions. That, so they are not Christians. They're fake Christians. Just like Field McConnell. He sits there and reads all these Bible passages to use an excuse where it's okay to execute people. And that's not what the Bible says. He misinterprets the Bible. And so does Randy. And this is why an ever-increasing number of people are turning away from the church. Because all the people out there are, hello, Kathy. What are we talking about now? Yeah, Kathy, what do you want Alex to pay close attention to? Are you buying into the false accusations yourself? I mean, I'm surprised, Kathy, that you support Holmseth because of what he's done to Field McConnell. I find that amazing. Because of Tim Holmseth, Field McConnell's going to be in court on the 13th confessing to a crime of stalking a woman, making threats against a woman, threats that would have gotten him 5 years in jail if he did not take the plea bargain. So it amazes me that you support Tim Holmseth. And we've had this discussion in emails and so on. Where would Field McConnell be today if he had not met Tim Holmseth? Think about that, Kathy, in private. You don't have to debate it here on my show, but just think about that. Where would Field McConnell be today if he had never met Tim Holmseth? Think about it. Grab yourself a beer or whatever it is you drink and think about it. Let's be polite, Alex. Because remember, firemen and you used to get along with each other. And you basically threw him under the bus. But I don't understand it. The people that support Field McConnell, well, I believe she does, Lori, to some extent, because her and I went at it a little bit. But whether she supports Timmy or not, she has to realize, I don't have the link up because I'm not going to be on the air very long, but she's got my email address. She can write me if she wants. For some reason, some of her comments aren't going up on my YouTube channel, and I don't know why. I do not have her blocked. I don't know if there's an issue with YouTube, but I do not have Kathy blocked. I don't know what's going on. But maybe later on, I may have an offer for Kathy to call on, but not tonight because I'm on my schedule again. This has been a horrific day. You wouldn't believe the schedule I've had today and the one I'm going to have tomorrow. But I'm on my routine. I may have time tomorrow night to do another one if something else comes up. I mean, the only reason I did this live stream tonight is because of this nonsense with the woman admitting that she's Haley Cummings, and we turn to find out it's all a big fraud. I agree with that. I mean, pedophiles should not be supported under any circumstances, and this is why I take a bit of an issue with Michael Long in hearing that he's saying, "Oh, because this happened decades ago, it's not that bad." Number one, there's no statute of limitations on pedophilia. If you have, in this case, raped a child, because a 17-year-old or anybody younger than that cannot consent to sex, that's statutory rape, and it's pedophile. And so if the charges are true, then Michael Long is supporting, or Grafter, or whatever his name is supporting a pedophile. Well, whoever it is, Don Wells or whoever, okay, I stand corrected. Sorry, Mikey, but the fact of the matter is that Glare, whatever the hell he calls himself, said that this guy shouldn't be punished because the incident happened decades ago. And that's not true. Because once a pedophile, always a pedophile. You just can't wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm not going to be a pedophile anymore." It's in your genetic makeup. You are addicted to being a pedophile. And so the guy, I don't care if it was 70 years ago, if he is guilty of being a pedophile, he needs to be charged and dealt with. And he needs to be on the sex offender list if it happened, since we now have this new thing. And it's just, there is absolutely no reason and no excuse for being a pedophile. None. Absolutely none. I don't care if you were 15 years old or 50 years old. You abuse a child in that manner, you're a pedophile. You always will be a pedophile, and you should be dealt with accordingly. And I really think that they need to start upgrading the punishment for pedophiles. I see people getting off with very light sentences. There's a county down here in Florida that I follow their actions, Polk County, P-O-L-K County. They are masters at getting pedophiles to compromise themselves, much the same way as you saw in To Catch a Predator. And these things go to court, and these people get a slap on the wrist. Yeah, they may get put on the registry or something, but they get maybe 30 days, 6 months, a year in jail. And in some cases, they turn around and do it again. I mean, they've got to come up with deterrence that if a person is going to do this sort of thing, they are going to pay, and they are going to pay dearly. And this is something that Tim Holmseth and Randy Erickson should be doing instead of making up these idiotic conspiracy theories, is work to get the penalties for child abuse, human trafficking, pedophilia enforced, and stronger sentences. I mangled that up. But they don't do that. They go around accusing people that are not guilty of these stupid things, either for political reasons or because they don't like the person. And it just, I don't understand it. They could go out there and they could probably prevent acts of pedophilia, acts of child trafficking, acts of human trafficking if they would simply tell the truth. Rather than coming up with all these wild and crazy conspiracy theories and destroying the reputation of innocent people. But they're not capable of it. And that's what's so disappointing about this. It's a waste of bandwidth to have anything to do with these people. But it is what it is. I mean, we're living through crazy times right now. And some of the things that people are advocating out there are just unbelievable. And then you have these two going around doing this nonsense. And, well, I'm glad there's somebody out there that does. But, it's just that's the way it should be. We should be going and fighting the true pedophiles, the true sex offenders, the true traffickers, so on and so forth. I would rather be at a courthouse covering the trial of a pedophile than sitting here talking about this nonsense. Talking about some guy that thinks that Levi Page is in these groups, and Alex is in these groups, and Kim is in these groups, and then I'm in these groups. I would rather be reporting on the true pedophiles. That was my goal from the beginning, is to cover these cases as they go through the courts, gavel to gavel, and put out there what is happening to these people. That's where we need to be here. Instead of making up wild conspiracy theories and going after people, let's go after the real pedophiles, the real abusers, the real all of this stuff. Let's go after the truth instead of the conspiracies. The world would be better off if we did that. And yes, they did. They hijacked the issue. They twisted it into their own narrative, and they've taken the eye off the ball. I'm sure there are pedophiles all over the world that are cheering for people like Tim Holmseth and Randy Erickson because they have taken attention away from them. They are going after the people that are actually fighting pedophilia and so forth and offering them cover. And this is what needs to be understood. This is why I rail against this stuff. It's because, they go after the innocent. They go after people that are actually trying to do stuff. Now, I don't agree with Craig Sawyer politically, but Craig Sawyer is trying to do his best and in his own way to combat pedophilia, to combat child abuse, and so on and so forth. And I think that's the reason Tim went after him. Because, he's actually doing something. Timmy isn't doing a damn thing. He sits there and he takes old cases like the Jan Benet Ramsey and Haley Cummins, and he makes big conspiracy theories out of. He's not doing any investigative reporting. He's just churning out nonsense. And people fall for it. And that's because of their political connection. He's on the side of Donald Trump, and so everybody clings to him simply because he likes Donald Trump, and they hate Hillary or Biden or any Democrat. They've politicized it, and it's something that shouldn't be political. Pedophilia is pedophilia. It doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. You need to support doing something about pedophilia. But, it's kind of like beating a dead horse because, The people that believe Tim and Randy are so infatuated with them that it will never stop. It's just going to keep going. I mean, it's going to get fewer and fewer as time moves on. But Epstein. The thing that people seem to forget about Epstein is it was a Republican working in the prosecutor's office that dropped the ball. When Epstein was first convicted, he was given a sweetheart deal, a slap on the wrist, and he went back to his old habits because that's what pedophiles do. And then he got caught again, and realizing that he wasn't going to get out of this mess, he committed suicide. And so now everybody uses Epstein to attack each other. And a lot of people are scared of what's in his girlfriend's, wife, or whatever the hell she is, diary that's going to come back to haunt them. And it doesn't matter what their political or business connections are. They are involved in some serious crimes, and someday it's going to come out. And the shat is going to hit the fan. So, and there'll be those trials to watch. Well, if Clinton is guilty of pedophilia, then Clinton should be punished. I don't know if he was guilty of that stuff or not, but if he is, he should be punished for it. It's that simple. I don't support it. I don't care who it is. If Bill Clinton abused a child, then he should be punished for it. Simple as that. Well, that's the thing. It is said that Epstein and Trump were good buddies. There's pictures of Trump with Epstein. If we're going to go by guilt by association, then Donald Trump needs to answer a few questions, like what was he doing on Epstein's airplane? I mean, nobody that has any association with Epstein should be relaxing. His connections are widespread among the political and business world. And there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have a hell of a lot to worry about. Because her trial is coming up. And as we get closer to her trial date, she may do a plea deal, work out something with the prosecution, and start naming names. And that's when things are going to hit the fan. And that's the day I'm waiting for. And I don't care if Bill Clinton gets caught up in it, or even Hillary, or Mario Cuomo, or anybody else gets caught in this net. That's just too damn bad. They need to go to jail. Period. Well, Kathy, we don't know for sure what the answers are when it comes to these other cases. There can be speculation and everything about these cases, but until someone does a thorough investigation, we aren't going to know. It doesn't do any good to, again, accuse people of something that they're not guilty of. So I don't care who it is. If someone's involved with the killing of a child, abuse of a child, so on and so forth, they need to be brought to justice. People that kill adults should be brought to justice too. But there seems to be more and more of these cases in the news. Yeah. Now, there's this guy out in California that went to Mexico, killed his 2 babies because of QAnon. And we don't see Tim Holmseth talking about that case at all, or any of them. They're quiet about it. They don't want to talk about it because the guy used QAnon as an excuse. He said that, there's all this serpent things going on where the mother's responsible for putting a serpent in these childs and they were children of the devil and all this, so they went and shot him. He went and hit him with a diving spear. Well, I don't mind people. Having her say, but she's got to realize that it's only an opinion. Now, we may never know who killed John Benet Ramsey, but accusing innocent people of that murder, like Tim Holmseth has done, is not productive. You can speculate all you want, but don't go accusing people of something without proof. And that's what Tim Holmseth does. And, opinions are just that, opinions. And I don't mind opinions, and I just wish people would not get abusive with their opinions, but you're not going to stop people from speculating about it, I guess. Read whose book, Ashley? Yeah, I don't understand Kathy's support of Tim or anything that's in that book. I just don't get it because none of it's true. He has got so many things wrong. You got to understand, Kathy, I had a dealership in that town. I knew people in that town. I knew law enforcement in that town. And right now, I live less than 2 hours from that town. And none of what Tim Holmseth says in that book is true. Period. And, the sooner you realize it, the better. And again, it's because of Tim Holmseth and what he persuaded him to do that Field McConnell is going to put in a guilty plea in September. And none of the evidence would stand up in court. The woman that made the recording accusing Kim of all this stuff admitted several times that she was not in her right mind when she made that conversation, that Tim tampered with the recording, and so forth. Yeah, we will see what happens, Kathy. Because I know what's going to happen on the 13th. I just can't talk about it. And I will be in Fort Lauderdale to report on it. So unless Field McConnell changes his mind, he will be pleading guilty to a criminal act. Well, the courts may release people that they shouldn't, but nobody's been charged with a crime. But you don't understand, Kathy. Kim has not been charged with a crime. And neither has anybody else. I haven't been charged with a crime. Look at what Tim Holmseth has said about you. You're sitting there telling me, Kathy, that you believe what Tim Holmseth says about me? Well, I do. Because like I said, I live in Florida. I live 4 hours from Fort Lauderdale. I'm in constant contact with the court system down there. So I know exactly what's going on. And I have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen on the 13th. But because it has not been made public yet, I can't talk about it. What about, people who were destroyed to keep things quiet. To keep what quiet, Kathy? What evidence do you have to back up your charge? I mean, you're being pretty vague here. It's in the court record, Lori, that this is a change of plea. And there's only one direction it can go. He's pled not guilty. If he's changing his plea, that means he's changing it to guilty. So, Kathy, you got to think. Just clear your mind and think. What would Field McConnell be doing today if he had never met Tim Holmseth? I would like you to think about that. What was he doing before he met Timothy Holmseth? Just, use your mind. Think. No, it's not. It's all made up. Just because Tim Holmseth throw things into the court doesn't make it true. There's been no trial. There's been no investigation. There's nothing. I've read all the listings, the court filings, and I have followed up. I have talked to the law enforcement agencies and the courts that he filed with. None of it is true. And I know I'm not going to convince you of that because for some reason you believe this idiot. And I don't understand why. Recordings of what? Some woman making an accusation? That woman has not she has not talked to a district attorney. She has not talked to any officer of the court. She has talked to a guy running around in a car. Those recordings don't mean a damn thing. I could make all kinds of recordings, make all kinds of accusations on a recording. It doesn't mean shit. It's just because somebody says something on a recording doesn't make it true. I want to see that person in a court of law raising their right hand, putting in their hand on the Bible and saying, I will tell the truth, so help me God, under penalty of perjury. None of these people have done that. Zero. And so the recordings don't mean a damn thing. And Kim denies it. She says, no, that's not true. None of it's true. Because if the evidence in that book were so true, why isn't she in jail? Why isn't all of us in jail? He's accused me of being part of the Delphi murders. Well, then do it, Kathy. I mean, you're the big know-it-all. You seem to think this is all true. File your own. File a friend of the court. Kim didn't destroy anybody. Where do you get, who did she destroy? She didn't destroy me. And I went after her like hell. I actually defended Kim. I was stupid enough to defend that idiot. Kim hadn't destroyed anybody. All Kim wanted to do was to be left alone. She wanted to live her life like she was before There you go. You don't have firsthand information. That's exactly my point. It's called hearsay, Kathy. Hearsay. That's why none of this is valid, because you didn't destroy those people. They destroyed themselves. Yeah, I don't even know who these people are, but how would you like to be accused of what Kim is being accused of? How would you take it? What would you do, Kathy? You made a complaint to YouTube because I put a picture of you up. I mean, you were that thin-skinned that you went to YouTube and complained because I put your picture up. You tried to destroy me. Explain that one. Everybody knows what you look like. No, she didn't have Sarah's daughter taken away. No, that's not what. Let's not get off the rail here, Kathy. It was specific. You filed a privacy complaint against me. Privacy. You said that was a private picture when it was not. I have the correspondence from YouTube. So, this all had to do with privacy. It was your attempt to have this channel shut down because you didn't like what I was saying. And, you're backing the same kind of thing being said about Kim Bacasio. Now, I've seen you on Phil McConnell's show. I know what you have said on Phil McConnell's show. Oh, now I'm beginning to. No, you've got it wrong, Kathy. She did not. Sarah Dunklin is responsible for her own actions. Sarah Dunklin was breastfeeding a child at 3 years, 4 years old, or whatever it was. And this was another case of a mother and a father going through a custody dispute. And, Sarah Dunklin made some weird statements in court about being followed by UFOs or some nonsense. I mean, the woman is a basket case, and she is in no condition to have a child, according to the court. And this is what's interesting. You're talking about, well, Kathy, you have stated that you believe everything that is being said about Kim Bacasio. You just said it. So you're making, you support the accusations being made against Kim Bacasio. You backed up Phil McConnell when he was making these statements on the show. I remember seeing you on the show. I think you were selling safety jackets or something. And, you believe what Tim says. It's that simple. You just got through having an argument about it. You heard recordings. You saw the evidence, blah, 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 blah. That means just because Timmy filed paperwork in court, you believe everything he says. And even though there has been no hearing, there's been no depositions, none of that. Kathy, it's right there in the chat. You can stroll back up and see it. We just had the discussion not 5 minutes ago about tapes and court records and stuff. No, I'm just saying, it's okay to sell those things. I'm just saying that's how I used to see it. I used to listen to those broadcasts. I heard the threats that Phil McConnell was making against Kim Pacazio about how he wanted to send her to Gitmo and get her executed. That's a death threat. That's what got Phil McConnell in this situation, and it was all because of Tim Holmseth. And Tim Holmseth is running around sightseeing, having a gay old time, while Phil McConnell is having to plead guilty to a crime, all because he listened to Tim Holmseth. And that's the point I'm making. Well, who was selling the safety vest that had the Children's Crusade on it? If it wasn't you, who was it? They were talking about that they were going to sell these workman's safety vests with the reflective thingies on it, and they were going to print the Children's Crusade on them. And I remember distinctly seeing those. And as a matter of fact, I think I saw a picture recently of where Dr. Good Vibes had one sitting on a chair. Oh, all right. I stand corrected, Kathy. I knew there was somebody on that show that was hawking those safety vests. But I do remember seeing a video of Kathy at a party or something that Field had with all his cars. Well, and I did read the court papers regarding Sarah Dunklin, and I saw what she was accused of saying and so forth. And basically, it was a custody battle between the mother and the father of that child. And this stuff goes on every day. Now, what I find strange is there are people that are supporting the father in this situation with Michael Long. Instead of supporting the mother, they're supporting the father. And I find that interesting. Because with Cynthia Absug, Nellie Blanchard, and so forth, it's always been the woman that everybody sides with. Now, all of a sudden, we have the man being sided with. And I find that interesting. And there's the woman that was caught up in northeastern United States that took her 2 children. And she faked paperwork to fool the woman into giving the children up. Okay, so Kathy, here we are. This is a he said, she said. It's always the case in these situations. The father went after the mother. Guess what's happening in the Michael Long case? The father is going after the mother. Same thing. So, if you're not going to support the father when it comes to Sarah Dunklin, why would people support Michael Long when it comes to his wife? Yeah, that's a fraud. He went to the Q side because he knew the Qs would follow him simply because he went to Q and did the Save the Children thing. These people get sucked into this stuff. And this is exactly what Tim Holmseth does. It's so obvious. Well, I don't expect Kathy to change her mind. The only thing I would like Kathy to think about is where would Field be today if he and Timothy Holmseth had never met? That if Phil McConnell was still doing what he was doing and that Tim Holmseth never came in the picture, I guarantee you he wouldn't be getting ready to go to Florida to plead guilty to criminal charges. He would be up in Wisconsin playing with his car collection, talking about airplanes and other stuff. What proof do you have of that, Kathy? But again, you are taking the side of the mother. And the people going after that support Michael Long are against the father. This is the part I don't understand, is how do people decide which side to take in these disputes? Now, the Michael Long case, I don't know who's guilty in that. I don't know if it's Michael Long. I don't know if it's the mother. I find some things on Michael Long's parts that are a little strange. But then again, he may have been desperate. But what motivates people to take sides in these cases? Why are people taking Sarah Dunklin's side? Why are people taking the husband's side? Cynthia Abzug, why are people taking Cynthia's side? Why are people not taking Cynthia's side? Same thing with Neely Blanchard. Why do people take Neely's side? Why are people against Neely? People take sides in these cases. And that is, you're getting into a little bit of bias here, because we are outsiders looking on the inside of events that we don't know a lot of stuff about. We don't know for sure what's going on in any of these cases. But, the thing with Sarah Dunkling is that there is more going on than just her case with her husband, and Kathy knows it. Because Sarah Dunkling is attached, allegedly, to the Cynthia Abzug case. And that is going to be coming out. Well, Lori, thanks for coming in. I went over on how long I was going to be on tonight. I'll probably be signing off here in a little bit. It's just with Kathy around, I decided to interact with her a little bit and show her that she's not being blocked. I don't know why she's been complaining for quite some time that her comments over on YouTube in the comment section haven't been coming up, and I don't know why. She's not blocked. I do not control what she says. I don't know what's going on with her comments, but no, this has to do with comments that's made off the chat. Over in my, when people make comments when I'm off the air, and she was complaining that if you're speaking of the Field McConnell hearing, it's the 13th, Kathy. They changed the date. Because no, that's all right. I didn't make it clear, Laurie, where the president, when, people make comments to me off on the comment section of YouTube, like underneath the video after it's recording. And what happened was, for some reason, there are comments that Kathy is making that are not showing up. And she thought that I had something to do with it. And I've told her both in email and in the chat that I don't know what's going on. I have tried to reach out to, no, it's the 13th. They changed the date. It's Monday the 13th. But for some reason, not all of her comments are getting through. And she's been mostly civil about conversations she's having with me, so I decided to let her have her messages come through, as long as they stay that way. And Ashley, try and tone it down a bit, please. Because, we're never going to agree with each other. Not all of us. People have their different points, And as long as we keep it civil, I have no problem with these points being made. Yeah, I think you told me that before. One of these days, I'm going to learn how to pronounce that word. But, again, this gets back to people taking sides in these various cases for whatever reason. And somehow, Phil McConnell bought into Tim Holmeseth's narrative, and he's paying a huge price for it. Personally, I don't care about what Phil McConnell says or does as long as he doesn't go around making threats. I said a long time ago, there's a lot of things that Phil and I have in common. He is into cars, I'm into cars, I'm into airplanes, he's into airplanes, and so on and so forth. And, under different circumstances, we probably would have been good friends. But, he threatened a woman's life. He went on the air with pictures of her with her head severed and all kinds of gory stuff and saying that she was going to be sent to Gitmo and disbarred on the Marine's birthday and all this other nonsense. And it's simply not true. And he bought into all this crap that Tim Holmseth said and talked about in that stupid book. And as I said before, I have what comments are getting grayed out? I have no control. I have no control over anything, and nobody's I have no wrenches in here, so I don't know. I don't know where you're seeing your messages grayed out. Now, again, YouTube could be doing this. YouTube sometimes will do something to the chat, and I have to go in there and straighten out. So I don't know what message. Well, I personally did. I've seen the video. It's also evidence in court. He showed an image of Kim Picasso decapitated, much like the one that actress did of Donald Trump, I think it was. And he has made threats against Kim Picasso. He has said that she needs to be speak of the devil. Hi, Kim. It's in the court paper. Florida is a public information website. You can get all 170 odd pages of the complaint, and it's in there. And there are people that have archived his show, even though it's been removed from YouTube, and the show is there, where he threatened Kim's life. He showed a picture of her severed head on the air, and he has said all kinds of things. He used to call her Miss Piggy and all this other crap. Well, Kim, if you want, you can go over point by point about what Kathy's been talking about. And Kathy, I don't know why your message got grayed out. Now, one thing you got to be careful of, if you move the cursor over onto your name, it'll gray out. And it's not, everybody will see it as regular, but you'll see it as grayed out. So move your cursor around, because that might be the problem. I do it all the time on here. If I put my cursor, say I'm Kim, it gets grayed out, and I get a plus to show, because I can sit here and go pop and put her message up on the board. This is how I control. This is why sometimes you'll see people's messages come up on my screen, because I have a command that I can pop it in and out. And let's see. I see, Kathy, there. I've brought up your post that you made. And it grays out when I put my cursor on there, but it won't gray out on your screen. So make sure that if you see your message grayed out or your post grayed out, that it's not because you've got your cursor over your post, because that'll happen. You know, there should be no reason for your post to be grayed out. So, I will work with you. If we're having a problems with you getting your chats posted here, and as long as you stay within the community guidelines, I'll make sure your comments get up there. So we're going to see how it works. But that's probably what's been happening, because if you stay on your message after you post it, you gray it out. But it's only you that grays it out. Everybody else sees it. The thing about it is, people are responsible for their own actions. Lawyers, in most cases, are arbiters. Now, a lot of people will blame the lawyer because they take, they're working on the behalf of a client. Now, as to why or why not a lawyer takes a person on as a client, that's up to the lawyer to discuss. But generally, a lawyer is an employee of the client, even when they're working pro se. I hope I got that right, Kim. And the lawyer will do as instructed by the client within the bounds of legal ethics and the law. She's an advocate. Now, you can't blame the lawyer if the lawyer takes the side of someone you disagree with, but that's how the system works. The lawyer generally is a neutral third party that is an arbitrator for the client and working with the court. It is then up to the opposition person and their lawyer to argue their side with the court, and then the court will decide in a situation like this what is going to happen. And that's about as simple as I can put it. Now, Kim, being a lawyer, might do a better job of explaining it. I'm just going by my opinion on the whole thing, so don't take it with anything more than a grain of salt. But the only thing, Kathy, again, you've got to understand that the reason why Tim Holmseth says the things he does is because Kim rejected him. It's kind of like he was asking to go to the prom and Kim said no. And Tim does not like to hear the word no. And all I'm asking you to do, well, what I wanted you to explain, Kim, is your role as a lawyer when it comes to representing a client in a situation like what we've been talking about with the Dunklin situation. And I'm sure you've listened to what I said. I look at you as an advocate and an arbiter for your client as an employee, and you work with the court and the lawyer of the other person to come to some kind of conclusion to the dispute. And, you might do a better job of explaining it than I do. That's following this conversation a little bit, but there is, I wish there was more that I could say about the hearing, but I can't until the hearing comes about. But I'm going to try my best when I get down there to report as soon as I can about what happens at that hearing. Well, I'm not going to put words in Kim's mouth. I'm going to let her respond to that, Kathy. I look at it a different way, but I'm going to let Kim decide how she wants to answer that. You've got, Kim can attest that Kim and I went around. We got into a knockout, drag out fight for quite a long time because we were misled. And just because Kim is a lawyer, I wasn't going to back down. And she knows it, and she's not going to back down because she was defending her position. But in the end, we found the truth, and that's why we relate to each other the way we do now, because we sought out the truth, we found out the truth, and we realized that we had been set up. A long time ago, Kathy, I probably would have been in the same frame of mind as you are now when it came to Kim, but I learned the truth for myself. And when I did, and I realized that Kim had been set up, I had been set up, Levi had been set up, and others had been set up by this woman from Georgia who was playing games with all of us. And Tim Holmseth knows it because he was the cause of all of it. The bounty hunter, again, I'm going to let Kim address this, but the bounty hunter, also being somewhat of a nitwit, was a disgruntled employee. And again, Kathy, the bounty hunter statements have never been taken to court. All he did is he talked shit about a former employer, as happens thousands of times. I have personally met this guy. He's a screwball, and he made a mess of things. And that's that. And the things that the bounty hunter says is hearsay. It's not admissible in court. I again, all I want Kathy to do is think of what life would be like if Tim Holmseth had never gotten involved with Bill McConnell. Simple as that. Because I think if people set their biases to a side and just examine the situation in a neutral manner, you would see things a lot more clearly. Oh my God, Kim can cook. Mako, I think, kept getting suspended. I'm not sure whatever happened to him. Maybe he got fed up with the whole thing and just quit. Because I did see stuff every once in a while. Well, Lauria, apparently it is. It's everything she says is based on Tim Holmseth. Because she says she's listened to recordings, she's read the book, and so on and so forth. Yeah, again, Kathy, this whole situation started for me when I came to the defense of Tim Holmseth. And when I started seeing the court papers that were filed about Tim Holmseth and his actions, I had a big awakening. And I don't know why you don't see it. Well, that actually, and the fact that they've gotten so enamored with Tim Holmseth. I don't think anybody new came in, Kim. My numbers have been steady. Actually, a few people have dropped out. And some, if they don't post, you're not going to know if they came in or not. I mean, I had a troll here that I had to ban in the beginning, but okay. Well, all right. But the thing of it is, Kathy, is that because Field McConnell supported Tim, you supported Tim. And you were biased when you looked at his so called evidence and his book. And you really, as far as I know, have never looked into the background of Holmseth completely. Now, I took a trip to Minnesota. And when I was in Minnesota, I did something called the Chaos Project. And as part of the Chaos Project, I went over, yes, I visited Field McConnell's studio, and that's on my video. But I also went to Minnesota and North Dakota, and I talked to a hell of a lot of people, both in and out of law enforcement, all kinds of people. Not all of it made it into my videos that I made. And I learned some real interesting things about Tim Holmseth. And most of the information I learned, if you did research on your own, you would find it out and you would come to realize that something is seriously wrong with Tim Holmseth. Um, he has a criminal record and he is a convicted felon. And all you have to do is contact people in Thief River Falls, Minnesota, and you will understand a lot about Tim Holmseth. And the only reason that Timothy goes after Levi is that Levi is a friend of Kim's. That's the only reason. No other reason. Yeah, and that doesn't make that stuff true. And like I said, go check his criminal record and talk to people in Thief River Falls, Minnesota. You would have one hell of an eye opening. I have personally talked to people in Thief River Falls, Minnesota, which is an important place. And I've talked to people in other areas in Minnesota and in North Dakota. There's a hell of a lot you do not know about him. And why on earth do you believe there is such a thing as the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force? It does not exist. Kathy, you have bought in to a bunch of propaganda. And anyone with any common sense that would look at his claims and even his biography and have to conclude that this guy is nuts. He claims to be third in line to the President of the United States, and that's simply not true. None of what he says is true. Oh, so you were the one that introduced him. But the thing of it is this is what happens as people get turned on to Tim. They see things in Tim that they agree with, and the next thing you know, people are dragged into it and their lives wind up being destroyed. You apparently did not investigate Tim enough. Because if you had, you would have kept Field McConnell 1,000 miles away from him. Tim Holmes says this is why Field McConnell is in the position he is in. And Randy Lynn Erickson or Randy Holmseth, whichever names he's currently using, has declared that she owns Timothy Holmseth. She is his publisher. She owns all his assets. She said she bought them out. And she is controlling everything about Tim Holmseth. And Kathy, what evidence do you have of saying that Kim is not clean? And what are you basing this on? Well, it should have been because it is filed. You can get on the courthouse webpage and see it. It's there. I've seen it. I went personally to the courthouse and got copies of the paperwork because I wanted to make sure that what the court says is what I was sent online, and it's there, certified by the court, signed by a judge, the whole 9 yards. Well, the only thing I could think of, Lori, is that Kathy uh, believes this stuff is because Phil McConnell believes it. She only, she is supporting Phil McConnell, and if Phil McConnell believes what Timmy says, then she's going to believe it. Because anybody with neutral understanding of what Tim does would see that he's a fraud. And, I don't think Kathy is going to buy it. And again, if you're going to believe what Tim Holmseth says about Kim Picasio, then that means you believe what Tim Holmseth says about me. So do you believe what Tim Holmseth says about me? This is the thing. You have directed your anger at Kim on a channel where the moderator and owner of the channel has been the subject of serious accusations by Tim Holmseth. He has a whole section over on his blog devoted to just me, calling me filthy murd, saying that I had a connection to the Delphi murders. You actually believe that I went to that state and killed those two teenagers? Do you believe that? Because that's what Tim's asking you to believe. Tim Holmseth wants you to believe that I had something to do with the death of Haley Cummings and the death of Kelly Anthony and the death of Trenton Duckett. He's accused me of being a serial killer of children. You believe that? Well, yeah, I know you said you believed Tim before he met Field. But what I am saying is that once Field McConnell started believing in him, then there was no talking you out of believing Tim Holmseth. And that's why you are the way you are today, is because you still believe what Tim Holmseth is saying. I did tell you why Tim turned on me, and I'm going to tell you again, since you can't seem to understand it. Way back when, I defended Tim Holmseth because I thought he was being picked on by a woman known as Radio. And then Radio, through other people, sent me paperwork that proved that Tim Holmseth was not who he said he was. And I had to go through a lot of hell because I defended Tim Holmseth. And a lot of what is out there is because of Tim Holmseth. And there has been no proof that well, you did say something like that, and you admitted it. Remember, you said you were going to kill Levi. That's a death threat. And I don't like people making death threats. You've got to be careful what you say on the internet. Now, I would have thought that when Tim Holmseth came out with the claim that the vice president of the United States saw him as being so important that he flew to Minnesota and was going to kill him, and that the only reason Tim Holmseth is alive today is because 6 Navy SEALs prevented it. You actually believe that? Nobody in their right mind would believe that. That's ridiculous. The guy used to be a pizza delivery driver. Now he's running around in a car with no job. no place to live. Hell, he's not even going live on the internet anymore. The only time you see Tim Holmseth is when he does selfies. You know, you cannot go around threatening somebody's life. Just don't do that. It's a federal offense, by the way. You know, because you're doing it on the internet. You know, you can go to jail for a long time for doing something like that. Well, it's ridiculous, but you said it. I mean, you were accused of a death threat against Levi Page, just like the Vice President of the United States was accused of a death threat against Tim Holmseth. And every time I turn around, Tim Holmseth's the victim. He's got a claim that somebody flattened his tire. He's got a claim that cops tried to put drugs in his car. You know, he made some kind of claim when he got pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt, of all things. I mean, the guy is a permanent victim. He finds a way to make himself a victim every single solitary day. You see it all the time. And he's also saying that Craig Sawyer is stupid enough to put death threats in an email. The 202 number's New York. You know, I thought you were from New York at one time. 202 is a New York area code. I think it's Manhattan. And there's such a thing as phone cloning and pranking where you can bypass caller ID and put in the number. Hell, Tim Holmseth has recordings where it shows the number of the White House. You know, you actually believe somebody from the White House made that call to Tim? No, it's somebody pranking him with a fake ID number. And I am of the belief that Tim made that up, that he turned around and called himself with these threats. He has two telephones. He has a cell phone and he had a line, a home base phone, landline phone at that time, because all the calls that were made to Tim Holmseth were made on his landline. He never showed a call being made on a cell phone. Yeah, you might be right. I think 212 is Manhattan, because I've got the number of the White House somewhere. Yeah, what's funny is that 202 number is the switchboard. It's not even, it's, you know. But, you know, again, you know, if it's DC or Virginia or wherever else, it's a prank call. And somebody, you know, it's done all the time. You know, anybody that believes that that's a legitimate call really needs to learn how things work and report the number to law enforcement. Say, here, somebody sent this to me. Let law enforcement handle it. Yeah, that's a specific charge, Kim. Excited utterance. It's the excited utterance, I believe, is a crime as well. But you don't do that. You know, because we could brush off everything that was said to Tim Holmseth that it was a excited utterance. You know, you basically just threw Tim Holmseth's claims down the toilet, because everything is not for a year. What's not for a year? Yeah, all I'm asking to do, Danny, is wait and see what happens with Field on the 13th. And then think, would that have happened if Field had never met Tim Holmseth? Look at all the years that Phil McConnell has been on the internet, on YouTube. Look at how many people he had, and it's all gone. Vanished, all of it. Oh, you don't look that old, Kathy. I'm going to be 71 in a couple months. That's old. But just think, as I have said several times tonight, where would Field be right now if he had never met Tim Holmseth? And since you introduced Tim Holmseth to Field McConnell, you are largely responsible for the situation he's in right now. Because it's all because of Tim Holmseth. Phil was talking about all kinds of things. He had a huge audience. He danced around, had a good old time. And all of a sudden, along comes Tim Holmseth, and I stood and did a live shot in front of an empty building that used to be a fun house. I looked through the windows of Field McConnell's studio and saw a bare floor. And I remember all the, holy crap. Kathy, I'm surprised. I really am. I've seen your pictures. Happy birthday in advance, by the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Kathy. I mean, we've talked offline before. We've emailed each other and so on, trying to straighten this comment thing to me. So I'm pretty sure that's Kathy. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. But it's just that I just wish that the people who are so into Holmseth and the things that he claims would take a step back and just use a little common sense. This guy claims to be important. He claims to be a spokesman for a former president of the United States, yet this guy is running around the country unemployed in a car taking selfies. And that's all he's doing. I doubt he's publishing a single word on his blog or on BitChute. That is all Randy, because she has declared that she literally owns Tim Holmseth. It's obvious. You never see Tim Holmseth on the air. He doesn't go on BitChute live, which he could do. It's not that hard. You can do it on a cell phone. I've done it. But he's not on the air. He hasn't been on the air in 2 years. So why is Timmy reclusive? Why is he hiding? Why isn't he live on the air, doing interviews, being interviewed? He's out of the state of Minnesota, so he's home free. As long as he stays out of the Minnesota, he can do what he damn well pleases. So what's holding him back? See, this is what I wonder. Well, the only thing I could figure, Lori, is Randy persuaded him. Randy has controlled Tim Holmseth since the day they met. She wiggled herself into his life and basically is controlling him. She is the one responsible for him not showing up in court. She basically was acting like a lawyer for him prior to the court. I heard a recording of her arguing with the prosecutor's office about something she knew nothing about. She had her facts completely wrong, but she argued it anyway. And so she allegedly convinced Tim Holmseth to bug out and even helped him. The police even said that there were signs that Tim Holmseth had been at the house. The husband even admitted it. And now all of a sudden, Tim Holmseth is running around the country buying gasoline, buying food, maybe taking a shower, paying for the phone service to be able to take all these selfies all over the country. So, you're right. As long as he stays out of the state of Minnesota and the state of Florida, he's home free. And even then, he could probably sneak into Minnesota as long as he doesn't get a traffic stop, because they're not actively looking for him. Levi's in private message right now. Oh, that's probably going to be the underwear picture thing, Selena. Blair has joined up with Tim Holmseth. And so he's going to jump into this bandwagon of slander, gaslighting, and all this. Because Tim Holmseth agrees with him on the Michael Long case, and Blair disagrees with Levi Page on the Michael Long situation. So there's no maybe about it, Laurie. I think she's been the puppet master all along, and Tim is just along for the ride. Because if Randy were to get bored with Timmy, or Timmy did something she disagreed with, she'd throw him out like a bag of garbage. Without Randy, Timmy is nothing. That's been made abundantly clear. He does not realize the situation he's got him in. He had a really close and trusted friend who went by Astro X, and she tried to warn him years ago that Randy is not a good choice, but he wouldn't listen. And it's the underwear picture. I mean, that thing has been going around for years, and you can't identify who's in the picture. And Blair is no investigative reporter. He's just another blogger like me. Because, if he's going to rely on that kind of crap, then Cynthia case was delayed until January 10th. Remember, Kathy, I was in the courtroom, and it was a typical situation where a defense and a prosecution were arguing about expert witnesses. That is what this whole thing about. It was about expert witnesses in what should and should not be included in court. The two lawyers, the prosecution and the defense, went out in the hallway and had a discussion that lasted about a half an hour, came back in, and they both agreed to delay the case until they could get all this information exchanged to everybody's satisfaction. And after the judge went through to figure out who had availability and when, she came up with the January 10th date. Everybody agreed. And so now it's going to be January 10th that the actual trial is happening on January 6th, I believe. I'd have to pull up the docket again. They're going to have another status hearing. And at that time, if everybody is on the same page and everybody got all the information that they wanted, the trial is going to go forward. It's scheduled to last 4 days. Good night, Eva. Thanks for being here. Kim, I believe they were briefs. I don't think it was. I don't think they were boxers. I don't know. No evidence came out in court as to whether it's in Cynthia's favor or not. They had a general argument. Well, $20 isn't bad. I'll make that bet. But again, just to be clear, and everybody heard it, I'll take the $20 bet. It's a friendly bet. I don't mind. It's 1 day's meals on my Social Security, but I can do it. But I am not taking sides in the Cynthia Abzug hearing. It's a jury trial. It's going to be up to a jury of her peers to decide whether or not she is guilty of the charges. It's that simple. Now, it is true that they, I believe, are going to go solely for the child abuse charge. I don't think it's going to be specific to Munchausen's. There is a lot of discussion about Munchausen's, and I don't know if that's even going to be brought in. As a matter of fact, I don't think it is. And the reason is that the judge made a ruling on the Munchausen's because of the fact that there had not been a diagnosis. So that is not going to come up. I believe it's solely going to be child medical abuse without getting into the specifics of Munchausen. So I don't think she's going to be charged with that. But as far as whether she's going to be found guilty or not guilty, that we will see. We won't know that until the jury comes back with a verdict. But I've committed myself to a $20 bet, so we'll see how it goes. You may be able to take $20 and buy yourself a dinner or something. Kathy is someone who is a very, very loyal and strong supporter of Phil McConnell. And she has gone on record as being the person that introduced Timothy Charles Holmseth to Phil McConnell. I have seen a video of Kathy at a party, I guess you could call it. Nobody's twisting anything, Kathy. I specifically heard every word that was said at that hearing. I was 5 feet from Cynthia Abzug. I was 8 feet from the table. The lawyer for the defense made the argument that had to do specifically with the experts who were going to testify in regards to Cynthia Absent. There was no, the defense has evidence to exonerate Cynthia. That was, there was no, we have evidence that would acquit Cynthia. We don't have evidence, and the prosecution didn't say, well, we got evidence that we're going to go and put her in jail. That's not what that hearing is about. That's not what none of these hearings are about. There was no motion to dismiss or any of that. It was a discussion of what evidence needs to be brought into court by both sides. And like I said, they went out in the hallway. They had a meeting. I was not, I'm not going to go chasing them out to listen to their conversation because it's private. But when they came back in, they said, we've come to an agreement. We need time. And they spent about 15, 20 minutes going through the court calendar to see when everybody was able to come back into court, and the January 10th date came up. And that's where we're at. Now, Kathy can take it or leave it. I don't have a dog in the fight. I am there to report to those interested what happened. I'm not going to say, well, they have a mountain of evidence against Cynthia or they have a mountain of evidence for her. I am reporting what I saw in court to the best of my ability. You are not allowed to record court proceedings, so I was not able to record the hearing. I cannot get transcripts from the court because it would cost me $300 or $400. I had a long discussion with the court reporter. She told me that it'd be best for me to wait until the trial's over and I can get all the information I want, including transcripts. So if you want to wait until after the trial, when they come out with the transcript of what was said at the trial, you can make a judgment of whether I lied or not, because it'll be in the transcript. But to the best of my understanding, I'm telling you right now, there is nothing that was said that the defense said that they had evidence to acquit Cynthia. Now, they may present it in trial. That's what the trial is for. We're going to have opening arguments from both sides. There may be rebuttals. And then we're going to have the trial. We'll have closing arguments and rebuttals. It'll go to the jury, and the jury will decide if she's acquitted or not. It's up to the jury. It's not up to me. It's not up to you. It's not up to Kim. It's up to the jury, period. I keep an eye on Tim and Field supporters because I have been accused of things, Kathy. I've been accused of being a pedophile. I'm accused of being a serial killer. I've been accused of murdering 2 teenagers in Delphi, Indiana. Tim Holmseth even put up a picture comparing me to a person of interest in that case. So naturally, we're watching Tim and Field supporters because they're all one and the same. I mean, good Lord. That information I don't have, Kim. I don't know if they, I did not find out if they had a plea offer to her or not. It's logical that they probably would have, but I have no information in that respect. It certainly didn't come up in the hearing I attended. The hearing was simply about the evidence, mainly about expert testimony. Why is simple, Kathy? It's the accusations. the crap that's being spread apart. Again, I just told you why I follow people. And Kim does for the same reason. This is what September 13th is all about. It's about the death threats that Field McConnell made against Kim. And all I had to do is shut up and go away, and he wouldn't do it. Kim would know for the same reason everybody else does. I told her, I did my broadcast from the court 20 minutes after I left court. That's how she knows. Plus, she's a lawyer. She knows how these things work. And she can also look it up on LexisNexis. She doesn't know anything more than I, again, Kim has access to information that I don't. LexisNexis is expensive. I can't afford it. She's got access to that database, so she can look that stuff up. But again, you've got this fixation with Tim that, is all due to Tim Holmseth. And I'm not going to be able to shake that. I don't, if you got to bug up your ass about Kim, there's nothing I can do about it. But again, it's what people are accusing Kim of. It's the same thing they're accusing me of. And they have no basis for it. And you believe it all. And that's the bad part of all this. Well, I guess the best thing you can say about Alex and Levi is they're interesting. Now, I've gone to toe-to-toe with both of them, so I know what it's like to be on the bad side of them. But again, there's valid reasons for why they acted the way they did. And I've gone through that already. So, there's a lot of bad shit about me out there. And, it's all because of Tim Holmseth and a woman by the name of Radio News. And because of that, I can't get a decent job because of the stuff that's on the internet. I was turned down for 2 very high-paying jobs because of what's on the internet. And it was all generated by Randy, Tim, and this idiot by the name of Radio, and a convicted pedophile. And now that's my chair. I don't fart. I'm a robot. I'm mechanical. Robots don't fart. Maybe I'm a fish person. I don't know. Well, it's the old, you can lead a horse to water. If she is not willing to hear the other point of view and to make an objective judgment based on your side of the story, Kim, there's not a whole hell of a lot you can do. I run into this all the time. I mean, this guy up in Minnesota that acts like he's a Perry Mason, won't listen to reason. He's buried his head up Timmy's ass. And I know the reason that Kathy is in the position she's in is because she's defending Field McConnell. But Field McConnell is in the situation he's in because of Tim. And Kathy, all Kim is doing is giving her side of the story. She's offering to give you the information you seek. Now, if you don't want to accept that information, that is up to you. But remember, Kim is not the one hiding. Kim is not the one running around claiming to be something he's not. She's simply doing her job and protecting her family. Period. That's all she can do. And if you're not going to even consider what she has to say, then, nothing anybody can do about that. But the information I give you about the court is my word. And if you're not going to take my word, there's nothing I can do about that. I cannot record in the courtroom live because of the restrictions the court put down. I had requested that, and because this has to deal with a child, the court will not allow what they call enhanced coverage of the case, which means bringing a camera in the courtroom. Well, Kathy, guess what? Tim Holmseth went after my dead wife and my dead son. Radio News did the same thing. Radio News tried to claim that I did not father my son. This is the kind of people that you're defending. I don't know what the story is about you and your adult children. That's between you and Kim. And what proof do you have that she went after your adult children? Kim is denying it. So now you have to, you've made an accusation against Kim. Now you got to prove it. So I don't know. I don't know where you're coming up with these now. If somebody's impersonating Kim, then, that might be the direction we're going here. But just throwing an accusation out there without proof is not productive. And it can get you, it can get you into a lot of legal difficulty. I would be suing Timothy in bankruptcy if I could find a lawyer that would represent me on Pro C, because I don't have a dime to my name. I'm on Social Security, and Randy and Timmy know it, and that's why they get away with what they get away with, because there's nothing I can do. This. Tim and Randy are not Christians. They certainly don't act like Christian. You can claim to believe in God, but you got to back it up with actions. And they certainly don't. They give Christians a bad name. All right. But the one thing I recommend, Kathy, is, in private, when you're not on the internet, just start running through your mind that thought. Where would Field McConnell be today if he had never met Tim Holmseth? Just keep asking you that question over and over and over and over again. I don't know, Solana. Other people have made that accusation, but who knows? Maybe they're celibate. It just seems kind of strange that for a while, Randy took Tim Holmseth's last name. In the lawsuit he's threatening against me, Randy uses Randy Holmseth in the complaint. So figure that one out. How is that going to work in court? And I shop in Walmart too. Yeah, the lawsuit says Randy Holmseth. I'll be right back. I got to take care of something. Well, if you can afford to shop somewhere else. Well, I didn't fart, but it's a stamped share. I'm gonna try and get a new. Well, it doesn't matter, Kathy, what position Field took. He would have been better off with fighting pedophiles and traffickers without Tim Holmseth, because Bill McConnell was not fighting pedophiles and traffickers. He was making threats against an innocent woman. This is what you don't seem to understand. So I can't, I'm never going to be able to convince you otherwise. You are so fixated against Kim Picasio that you will not consider her side of the story. And that's what's so unfortunate here. Well, I shop at Target every once in a while myself, but I do most of my shopping at Winn-Dixie because all I buy are groceries. Well, Kathy, I don't think Levi would do that. Matter of fact, I know he wouldn't do it. The same thing is happening to Levi that happened to me back in the radio news days. There's a lot of impersonating going on. We have voice changes out there and all kinds of trickery. Now, Levi has a job. He doesn't have the time or the inclination to do this stuff. And he's never done it to me. I mean, Levi and I were mortal enemies for quite a long time, and he never did anything like that against me. So I don't know who's doing this stuff. There's a lot of people out there that do weird things. There's somebody that's put up a YouTube video about the old fight, and I've explained 3-4 different times about the fight that Levi and I had, and this person keeps repeating that I didn't. I can only say the same thing so many times. Yeah, it's a real shitty thing to do. I don't believe in that stuff. I mean, there should be no threats. I've been swatted 3 times. And so, this, for Randy to sit there and say she's been swatted, she doesn't know what swatting is. When 8 deputy sheriffs show up with vans and AK-47s and stuff, after some nitwit from Pennsylvania called in that I was going to commit suicide and had a house full of guns. You ought to read that police report. It's out there. You know. Yeah, I got a Winn-Dixie about quarter mile up the road from me. That's one of the reasons I like where I live. I got the Winn-Dixie right up the street. And it's cheaper than Publix. And how do you know that Levi would be behind that? And why would he send emails that would implicate him in a federal crime? You know, it's against federal law to send those kind of emails to people. There's a lot of, people make accusations, but they don't have the proof to back them up. Tim Holmseth accused me of that. He accused me of sending an email where he accused me of asking sexual questions of his adult daughter. A letter. What I did was to ask him if the court case that he had at the time was settled. Period. Exact words. And he refused to answer. He never answered it. That's the one and only time that I sent Timothy Holmseth a letter. And after that time, I said, well, there's no point in contacting this guy because he's a bald-faced liar. So I don't know who is sending that stuff to you. Levi definitely doesn't know who's sending it to you. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Tim Holmseth doing it to frame Levi, because this is what they've been suspected of doing. This is what radio news used to do. She used to impersonate people and get us all mad at each other. And this sounds exactly like what Randy is doing. That's my opinion. Because I've been down this road with both Levi and Kim, and then the fights we had have been intense, and they did not send me anything. They did not make any calls. They did not threaten any of that. It was all radio. And so there's somebody like radio news out there doing this crap. They're playing all sides against each other. And it's time everybody woke up to it. I wouldn't be surprised if it is radio news, because it sounds like her style. We exposed this woman. She shut down her website and has disappeared, but she could be doing the same crap and we never would know it. But, there's no proofs. And I was under the impression that radio is deceased because she was in poor health to begin with. But you never know in this world. Yes, we did, Solana. A long time ago, I went into this early in the broadcast. Levi and Kim were going to go to a concert in Jacksonville. And all of a sudden, this person that was impersonating a mutual acquaintance butted into the situation. And the next thing you know, Levi and I were fighting each other over this concert. And it got ridiculous. And then come to find out, it was radio news. She was impersonating this man named Jeremy, and it just got out of hand. And so this is what I'm talking about, is you get people playing people against each other, making these false accusations that gets everybody mad at each other, and then we all find out that we were being puppets in a puppet show by a puppet master. And I even wrote about it. And, there are people like this radio person out there that like to play games with people's lives. And this is why I take accusations with a grain of salt, because there's always somebody in the background that's, pulling this stuff. Kathy, I guess you got to decide for yourself if you're going to believe her or not. I think you're biased because of what's been going on, and it's going to be difficult for you to change your mind. You're set in your beliefs. I simply ask you to try and take a step back and rewind all this stuff. And it all goes back to that one question. What would happen if Tim Holmseth had never met Tim Holmseth? If Phil McConnell and Tim Holmseth had never met each other, what would happen? Now that you do remember why Phil McConnell went back to Wisconsin. It's because Kim let him. I know the story. When Denise died, Kim allowed Phil McConnell to change the conditions of his house arrest and go back to Wisconsin to make arrangements. Tim doesn't mention that. Nobody mentions that. If it had not been for Kim Bacasio, Phil McConnell would still be in Florida. So, and it's in the court record. Check it out. Well, it was kind of a bad thing. I know you and I had conversations about the fact that Phil McConnell was at such an advanced age, and he was in this situation. And also back when Denise died, and you did the right thing by allowing him to go back to Wisconsin. It was a decent thing to do. Personally, I don't know if I would have done it, but you did it, and Kathy's got to take it or leave it. Oh, you're a young one, Kathy. Now I feel old. I never ask a woman's age, so. But yeah, I figured you looked younger. I've seen several pictures of you, and you look young. So what can I say? But again, Kathy, you got to make up your mind what you're going to believe. You're either going to believe Kim or me or others or not. It's the old, you can lead someone, and well, there's things I wish I could have known. I don't believe you're a bad person. I just think you've been misled, and you are good friends with Field. You want to stick up for Field. I understand that. And the only thing I'm asking you to do is kind of take a step back and rewind the tape to see what really happened here and how people got in the situations we are all in. And I think you realize that Tim Holmseth was the catalyst. Because like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to Phil McConnell. Him and I have a hell of a lot in common. And he's the kind of guy I would love to sit down and talk to. We certainly talk about cars. Him and I have the same interest in cars, the same kind of cars, as a matter of fact. I saw your picture or the video of you when Field had people up looking at all his cars. And, I know that you are not going to change your mind about Kim anytime soon. It's just something that's embedded in your psyche. As it would be a difficult situation to try and talk you out of it. But a lot of the problem with the internet today is people have at their disposal some very powerful tools, and these powerful tools can be misused. Audio, video, text can be manipulated to create something that never exists. No, that's not the case. Kathy, this is where you're wrong, because I didn't get destroyed by Kim. I was convinced that Kim was right. She never destroyed me. She never threatened to destroy me, because that wasn't wash. Now, Kim and I got into very intense arguments, and some of it was about Tim, but some of it was about other things. But Kim does not threaten to destroy people. She threatens to defend herself as rigorously as she can against any false accusation against her. Now, is Kim a saint? No. Kim is not perfect. I am not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Every one of us have our flaws. We have things in our life that if we had to do over again, perhaps we do things a little different. But it comes to a point where what are you going to believe? Are you going to believe Tim? Are you going to believe Kim? Who are you going to believe? And if you are not going to believe Kim, then that's just the way it is. If someone were to give me evidence tomorrow that everything Kim said was wrong, I'd be first to admit it. I have a saying: I stand corrected. If somebody were to prove things, I say I stand corrected, because I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I've made some boneheaded mistakes that have cost me dearly, but I own up to these mistakes. Tim Holmseth has never, ever admitted to making a mistake. In the 12 years he has been on, I have never seen one single word where Tim Holmseth has admitted to making a mistake. The only thing he's admitted to is in his book of getting drunk for a year and losing 85 pounds and winding up on the floor. Me, an innocent old man? Oh my God. Yeah, according to the internet, I'm the worst person that ever got on. But, I'm not asking anybody to believe me either. I present my case. You people out there are the jury. You decide if I'm right or I'm wrong. That's all I can do. That's all, in all the videos I've made, and they're out there, I have said, do your research. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do about it. If you believe me, then thank you. But, all I have is my word. And, if people can't take me at my word, then, I'm nothing I can do about that. I just keep stating my case over and over again. No, she doesn't, Kathy, and I just explained that. Kim has never, ever threatened to destroy me. Now, Tim Holmseth, why would she destroy Jeremiah Reagan? Tim Holmseth is the one destroying Jeremiah Reagan. Field McConnell made death threats against Kim Bocasio. She's not destroying Field McConnell. Tim Holmseth destroyed Field McConnell because Tim Holmseth is the one that put those ideas in Field's head to begin with. And she didn't destroy Susan Ehrman, and she didn't destroy Cynthia Absug. If anything, Cynthia Absug ought to be talking about her daughter, because it's her daughter that made the accusation. Kim Bocasio didn't make those accusations. It was Cynthia Absug's daughter that called the police and said that her mother was going to go and kidnap her brother. That's what started all this. Now, what you're doing is you are blaming Kim for every single solitary thing that's happened to everybody, and you're dead wrong. And, I just, again, there's nothing I can do about that. It's unfortunate, Kathy, that you believe this stuff. It really is. Because, I don't know. Now, Susan Ehrman, here's an interesting one. Susan Ehrman, I've mentioned her because she goes by AstroX. She is probably the one person that Tim Holmseth could trust. The only person. And she does not like Randy. Susan has tried desperately to get Tim Holmseth to get away from her and failed. She's an interesting person. She keeps changing her mind. But Susan is a very loyal friend of Tim Holmseth. She always will be. She may not like some of the things he's done, but she will never abandon him. Her and I have gone round and round. She doesn't like me. She recently blocked me after from her Twitter account. And she doesn't have anything good to say about me. But ask her who the Blizzard Witch is. She'll be happy to tell you. And again, there's no convincing you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to state my side. You've clearly made up your mind, and we all got to live with that. But this is what Kim is up against, because you're not the only one. Now, Kim, she's getting her information from Tim Holmseth. You're welcome. Glad to see you in here, Lori. Have a good night and have fun with the hoops. And, Kathy is getting her information again from Tim Holmseth and possibly Astro. It's biased information again. Now, I have talked to both Jeremiah and Kim. So I know the story between those two. Of course time will tell, Kathy. That's true of anything. I mean, hopefully the truth will come out. I'm just saying for you, when you get offline, when you get a chance and you're relaxing, let your mind go and take the biases aside and think and see what happens. Well, I don't say you have, because Tim is kept on a very tight leash. He's very, nobody can go. I've had people that are his supporter contact me and say, "Is there any way you can get a hold of Tim?" And I said, "No." The email address that he gave me is not valid. They sent me a threat that they were going to sue me for $1 million, and they used a bad email address. I can't even respond to it. So I don't know. I don't know how anybody would get a hold of Tim. And so, and there's been probably 15 people that have asked me. And I said, no, I have no idea. And again, Kim brings this up. Why do people's personal lives have to come in to these situations? And it's, if you go back to the beginning of my show, look at what Tim Holmseth has said about Levi. I mean, that's pretty damn personal. That's none of his business or Timmy's business. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just gaslighting. Randy Lynn Erickson, who is the owner and publisher of TimothyCharlesHolmseth.com. That is who Randy is. And she is the one that is alleged to have talked Timmy into not going to court 2 years ago today. Actually, 2 years ago yesterday. It's after midnight in Florida. So, what is a Kumo vibe? I don't even know that one, and I'm 71 years old. I doubt that Randy would let Tim speak to another woman. It's weird. But, it's sad to see people throw common sense out the window. It just is. But there's nothing I can, I'm just a retired truck driver running a small chat. So I don't have any influence at all, which kind of makes me wonder why Tim even comes after me, because I'm nothing. I'm just retired old fart sitting here staring at all the stuff on the screen. Ugh. God, what an idiot. Again, Kathy, where is your proof that they called your house? I mean, we went through this discussion about the 202 area code. And Tim Holmseth even has where somebody made a prank call using a caller ID emulator. It, You can't just keep making accusations without proving it. That's a good way to get into legal hot water. Well, Kathy, prove it. I mean, if she called your house, what is the proof? What have you got? A phone number? Have you got a recording of her voice? What do you have? I mean, send it to me and I'll play it over the ear if you've got a recording. It's, people keep making these actions. I went through the same thing. I kept trying to tell people, no, I did not say that. Well, here's a Twitter account with your name on it where you said it. And I said, well, I didn't say it. It's information on the internet is easily manipulated. I have proven it 1,000 times, and people still don't get it. And yet, if they see or a number come up on a caller ID, they're going to believe it's the person that's on there. That's just, I don't know. People do not understand technology, and it's too bad. Well, if you have it, prove it, Kathy. I mean, this is the same thing I say about Tim. Start proving this stuff. The guy has accused me of murder. One, two, three, 6 counts of murder. Who does that sort of thing? And and yet you believe everything about Tim based on a guy that accuses innocent people of murder. Well, do you have the proof, Kathy? This is what I'm trying to get at here. Well, good night. Thanks for coming in. But you have to prove your accusations. If you'd offer me proof of your accusations, I'd be the first one to put it up on the air. It's just, what can I do? Kim, this is the effect that Tim has on people. Kathy's in real life is probably a perfectly nice lady that, could sit down and have a nice chat with. But Tim has turned her into this. I don't get it. She says she's not even talked to Tim, but she must have, because she introduced him to the field somehow. But what are you going to do? People are going to do what they want to do. I mean, it's discouraging. Because we're sitting here arguing about who said what and who's accusing who of what and telephone calls and everything else, and it's not getting anywhere. It's just the same old merry-go-round that we're going to be going on forever. And it's all because of Timmy. Sick, I tell you. Really sick. Well, Levi, it's, people are set in their ways. I know it took a long time for people to understand that I was not who I was accused of being. And now, and unfortunately, it's, people like Kathy get so set in their ways, they are not going to be convinced otherwise. And I don't know if calling her names is productive, Alex, but I know better to argue with you. But this is what happens. One guy with, for lack of a better word, charisma, is able to convince people of clear, utter, and sheer nonsense. And the damage is done, and he walks away from it, and all of us are left to deal with the fallout. I don't know. It's a strange world we live in today, folks, that this sort of thing goes on and on and on a million websites all over the place, that we have all this hate and discontent out there. And it's getting worse every day. Well, I understand that. And it's, but Alex, it's, look at who's convinced her to be this way. And it's like she said, she got convinced by Timmy that he was telling the truth and introduced him to Field. And the rest is history. Oh, fix that in one else. But it's just that we get people who get upset and they do things they otherwise would not do. And in this case, it's because of Timmy Holmseth. He's convinced her of things that aren't true. And I don't think she'll ever change her mind. It's too bad. Well, I understand your point, Kim, but we got some pretty passionate people on here. So, what are you going to do? Just don't get it so bad that I get my channel banned. I'm trying to keep this to a level where I don't lose my YouTube account. Because there's wolves in the woods waiting for any excuse to get this channel shut down. So that's what, I'm trying to get everybody to temper themselves a little bit so I don't have that situation to deal with. Because that's, we just had a discussion here about a woman that lost her YouTube channel, and it was basically for the same reason, that people turned her in for violating community standards and bullying and everything else. And so she's gone. I'd never heard of her until Levi talked about her the other night. So, it would help if we could just kind of throttle back a little bit on our comments. I mean, you can think things and maybe do it on another channel, but I'd like to try and clean the mess up here if I can. You could say somebody's an adult and they should know better, but look at what people are believing today. In the millions, people are believing sheer nonsense about all kinds of things. This is the most divided I've seen this country in the 70 years that I've been on this planet. And it's easy to hate people. It's real easy. I agree, Kim. And I tried to point this out to her that she is so fixated on you solely because of Tim Holmseth. Tim Holmseth started all of this. Well, the glare is not going to change. I'm not interested in that guy. Um, it's like I have said in all my webcasts, people migrate to those that have a mutual interest. Everybody is against CPS. Everybody is against Joe Biden. Everybody is against Hillary Clinton. I mean, anybody that's against Hillary Clinton or anybody that's for Hillary Clinton or for Biden or for this or for that, you're on their shit list. And in the case of you and Tim, you basically told Tim you were not interested in what he had to say, and he has retaliated ever since. And that's the only motivation is this is a guy who got rejected. He didn't like it, and so he retaliated. Yeah, it rhymes. She's been called Killary since before she even became a candidate. It's just, she has an abrasive personality, and a lot of people don't like it. And then you have the politics behind it. So, she was just the perfect storm. But that's the nature of the beast. And so if you support Hillary, then you're in deep shit. That's just the way it goes. My issue has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with the truth. And when you're going to go around and falsely accuse people of things, it has nothing to do with politics. And, I don't like being accused of murder. I don't like being accused of being a pedophile. I don't like being accused of being a press agent for an organization that sells babies, eats babies, drink their blood, and extracts this chemical I can't pronounce or spell. But that's what I'm accused of. And they put up a chat that doesn't exist. I've been to law enforcement about this stuff. I've been swatted 3-4 times. They don't bother to tell that. I mean, it's a matter of record. You can go to the Lake County Sheriff's Office and read all the incidents of swatting that have been against me. Men with guns showing up at my house because they thought I was committing suicide and that I was threatening to kill my daughter, which I never had a daughter. I was rich. But that's the kind of people that are out there. And what are you going to do about it? Nothing. You can't. I don't have the resources. I would have Tim Holmseth in court tomorrow if I had the resources to do it. He's ruined my life. And he doesn't care. He thinks it's funny. Randy thinks it's funny. She tells me to get a job at Walmart. Well, Walmart checks their employee records on the internet. And I've been over this. I was turned down for a job that paid $53,000 a year because of Tim Holmseth's blog, specifically. I was shown it. And they said, we cannot hire you because of this blog. Because we can't take the chance, true or not. We can't have people calling up here saying you got a pedophile working for you. This is what Tim has done to me. And it's what Tim is trying to do to Kim and Levi and everybody else that's on his bad side. Just ask Chad Cater, his best friend, known him for years. Stored his property when he was fled court. Look what happened to him. Tim turned on him. Call him a pedophile. Call him a Satanist. His best friend. What kind of a guy does that? And this is a guy that Kathy is defending. Well, I try to tone things down, Kathy. I mean, Alex speaks her mind. I've been called a booger eater. I mean, me and Alex went around with that one. I've been at the receiving end of being called a booger eater and this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, so I've been around that neighborhood. So it's just that's Alex. But I mean, but look what Tim Holmseth has called me and called other people. I mean, vile stuff. Go look at he changed when I complained about it, they changed it, but look at all the stuff over on his blog that he's written about me. Look what he said about me during the Delphi things. It's right over there on his BitChute channel. Look at all that. And ask yourself, is what Tim Holmseth saying about me true? Do you actually believe what Tim Holmseth says about me? Well, I guess I taught you well too, Kathy. I wasn't able to get through to you, and that's a disappointment. I do wish you well, though. But, all I can do is plead my case. You are the ultimate jury. Every individual out there is the ultimate jury. Are they going to believe Timmy? They're going to believe me? They're going to believe Alex, Kim, Levi? What are you going to do? But this is the world we live in. That truth doesn't matter anymore. I don't know what to do. I'm 70 years old. I'm not going to be able to start over again. I've lost a business because of a woman in the state of Washington. And a woman in the state of Florida, some crazy woman that wanted me to sell a book on a love boat. I've been around and around and around over 12 years, all because I took pictures and operated a live truck. Hell of a price to pay for caring about a missing child. Because the only reason I ever got involved with the Trenton Duckett case is because I know what it's like to outlive a son. And Trenton Duckett picked the day that my son died to go missing. And that's it. That's the whole story of why I got into this. Is because some father out there outlived his son. And I know the pain the people have because of that. I know what it feels like to outlive your son. And Tim twists all that around. Says I'm a pedophile and I was actually responsible for murdering Trenton Duckett. That's the kind of people that say these things about Kim. So what are you going to do? We just all have to take what's shoved down our throats, I guess. At 70 years old, I'm one day closer to that dirt nap. I'm not going to be around that long. So I know I do, Kim. This is kind of a refuge for me because I've got at least a couple friends out there, kind of get me over the potholes of life. But, it's just that people, when they make these accusations, they don't understand why people get involved in things. Why people care about missing children. We each have our own reasons for why we got involved in the true crime social media. Yeah, this is an interesting story. Alex will remember this one. There is a woman in Florida, think she used to be called Florida Mom or something. And I was covering the Casey Anthony case. And originally, the woman wanted to be the next Sally Jesse Raphael, who was a well-known talk show host at the time. And she wanted to do coverage of the case down in Orlando when I was live streaming. She would do the live talk, live shots where she stands in front of my camera and gives a summary of the day's events during the Casey Anthony situation. And she was going to write a book, and she was big on cruises. So she was going to write this book about Casey Anthony and the case in Kelly Anthony. And she offered to have me come on this cruise. She's a really big cruise enthusiast. She did take cruises all the time. And she was going to go on this cruise, and she was going to book lectures where she would talk about the Casey Anthony case, and I would be there with her. And we would be on this cruise talking about the case, even though she was actually going with this guy. But she proposed sharing a cabin with me on this cruise ship and, keep it platonic, of course. And when that hit the internet, it didn't go over too well. Number one, I was accused of selling books on the back of a dead child when I had absolutely nothing I turned the woman down. I said, I want no part of this. I'm not in this for the money. The next thing she does, she turns around and did bad reviews on my car business. And because of that, I lost my business because she did so many of these reviews that in the small town of Palatka, Florida, people just, I all of a sudden noticed a huge drop in sales on my cars. It cost me $50,000 a year to run that dealership just to break even. And I was losing money and I had to shut down. This put 6 people out of work. All because one woman got a burr up her ass and decided to destroy my reputation. And this is exactly what Tim Holmseth is doing today. And Randy Erickson is doing today. They are destroying the reputation of a complete stranger. She has never met me. Timmy has never met me. He has never met Kim. Randy has never met Kim. And so they're all out destroying reputations based on nothing but bullshit, to be perfectly blunt. So well, again, Kathy, if you have proof, I would like to see it, of Alex and Levi calling your house. It's a federal crime. It's cyber stalking. People can go to jail for that. That's why Tim Holmseth is running around the country, because he can be put in jail for what he did. And, basically, so can Field. But, it is clear that you are not going to back down. And I'm not asking you to back down. I have stated my case. Kim has stated hers. Levi and Alex have stated theirs. And if you choose not to believe either one of them or me, there's nothing I can do about that. Well, I don't, this is the stupidest thing I ever went through. I had a girlfriend at the time, which, radio destroyed that relationship. But, the woman said, now we're not going to do any, we're not going to do the mattress mambo or any of that stuff. This is going to be purely platonic. For economic reasons, we're going to share a cabin. And I don't know if you've ever been in a cabin of a cruise ship, but they're not exactly the Ritz-Carlton. These rooms are cramped. And, go on a 5-10 day cruise where we're lecturing about Casey Anthony and Kelly Anthony. And this was all to make money off this damn book. And I told her, I says, I am not in this to make money. This is costing me a fortune, but I am not into this to make money. And this woman was one of the reasons I ran into problems, because she paid for a guy to have a server. And when I found out that the guy was affiliated with 4chan, I told her I could have nothing to do with that because I knew what 4chan was. And, I ran into the bad side of 4chan because of her. And there's all kinds of weird stuff that was going on at that period of time. Well, Tim went after me for one specific reason, Kathy, and I've said this several times. It is because I was friends with Kim, or so he thought. The only reason. Because what happened when I was sent the legal paperwork about what Tim had done to Kim Picasio, without making an opinion either way, I put that information on the internet and he blew his stack. Selena, I don't know what that woman wanted. I believe that she wanted to sell a book. She thought she was going to make thousands of dollars. She was going to charge people $500 a pop to attend these lectures on the cruise ship. That was her idea. It was money, 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 money. And so I don't know. Kathy, I actually lost a relationship because of people on the internet interfering with my life. They made accusations against my girlfriend. She got fed up with it, and we broke up. And we were actually engaged. So I'm not the only one. You are not the only one that suffered from these wars on the internet. But this is the problem, we can't have civilized discussions in this country anymore. We can't have civilized disagreements with people like Tim, because they turn around and they attack you personally, and they do everything they can to ruin your life. There are people that went after Levi to try and get him unemployed. Susan Ehrman was one of them. I mean, they actually called CNN to try and get them to make sure they don't put him on the air. That's denying a guy not only his First Amendment rights, but his ability to earn a living. And so there's that. I mean, the art of debate is gone in this country. People can't debate on the issues. They resort to attacking each other. And it's really been a dramatic change. I was on the internet before a lot of people knew about it, before a lot of people were even born. And we had strict code of conduct. I don't know exactly what was sent to CNN about Levi, but they would call up and say that he shouldn't be working and stuff. It's basically the same thing Tim Holmseth says now. they made accusations. I don't know the specifics. I just know that people were telling me that they are calling CNN and they are going to get Levi fired. And Susan Ehrman was one of them. Tim Holmseth was another one. They wanted Levi out of the occupation that he was in. And, this is the kind of stuff they do. And that is against the law. And it's grounds for civil lawsuit as well. Who lost her husband? Susan is Susan Ehrman. She goes by Astro__X on Twitter. She is a very close supporter of Tim Holmseth, and she also does not like Kim. Susan does not like Kim about as much as Kathy doesn't like Kim. I mean, those two are like twin sisters. I think Susan is about 60. She and her husband have a pizza franchise in Virginia. And she has this really strange Twitter account. And she'll open it up, start saying stuff about Kim. And Kathy, this is where you got your information wrong. I have personally talked to Michael Picasio. He had nothing to do with Epstein. That is something that Tim made up. Everybody has something to do with Epstein, according to Tim. Kim has something to do with Epstein, according to Tim. This, once again, you're buying into propaganda. You have no idea what the truth is out there. Now, I'm not going to discuss the personal life between Kim and her husband. That's their business. But it had nothing to do with Epstein. This, again, you're getting wrong information. This, you are acting on misinformation, and, nobody's perfect in this situation. I mean, emotions are what they are. But, it's clear, Kathy, that you are not going to change your mind about anything. And that's unfortunate. But that's not what I'm after here. At least think about it. Yeah, again, Kathy, you're getting a lot of things confused. And, this goes back to none of us are perfect. I mean, if everybody was perfect, number one, we wouldn't need lawyers. And number two, we wouldn't be watching soap operas. So, again, you're getting into people's personal lives here. You're getting into relationships that have nothing to do with anything. Why does it matter about Kim's personal life? I don't care about your personal life. It doesn't matter to me at all. So, I don't care. What water is beautiful? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, but Kim's husband was into biodiesel. That was back when that was the big thing, and everybody was interested in biodiesel. And so Michael was involved in that. That's where the oil gas thing comes in. I think what he was doing is he was taking recycled cooking oil and stuff similar to that. You mix it with diesel, and that's why they call it biodiesel. You can either burn vegetable oil pure, or you can mix it with diesel, just like you do with poured alcohol and gasoline. But, people get divorced all the time, and sometimes they get along a lot better than if they were married. Whatever happens, happens. I just watched a soap opera today about that. So, well, Cynthia, Selena, I think a lot of married couples do that on both sides, and they divorce. It's like freedom, and we're on the market again. So that's always that out there. But when you're talking about missing child cases, personal relationships like that don't matter because it's not part of the case. This all came about because of a missing child. 200 miles away from Fort Lauderdale. And Kim Bacasio took a pro se case because she was trying to get the children back to her biological mother. It turned out to be the biggest mistake of her life to get involved in that case, but, it happens. So that's how all this started. Tim Holmseth contacted Kim through her associates with some weird theory. They told her that they were not interested in his theory, that he can go do his own thing. He got mad at being turned down. And the next thing you know, Kim Bacasio is a suspect in the disappearance of Haley Cummings. That's how all this started, because of Timothy Holmseth. It's always Timothy Holmseth that starts this crap. That's what you need to look at, Kathy. And so this is where we're at. Because of one man getting rejected from being involved in a big deal case, all this has happened. Well, I try, Kathy, because I don't believe in the name calling. I wish Alex would tone it down, because all this does is then we get into a pissing match and nothing gets accomplished. But I can't control people completely. And Alex is very stubborn, so I just have to live with that. Boy, Kim, we know that one. Well, Kathy knows about it, Selena, through Tim Holmseth. Tim Holmseth is obsessed with Kim Bacasio. And Kim, has been through the ringer. And Susan Ehrman, I would suspect, has supplied information to her as well, because she seems to know Susan's name. But the thing of it is why does it matter? Why do we delve into people's personal lives when it has nothing to do with the case? Haley Cummings missing has nothing to do with people's personal lives. Yeah, I even told you to buy him a GoPro. I remember that one. Because her friend was a photographer. I don't. Kathy, you're confusing me. I have no idea what you're talking about now. Are you? Who is destroying Cynthia? This is something I don't understand. You alluded to this early on that I somehow am interfering with Cynthia Absug or I'm taking a side, and that's not true. I am neutral. I don't have a dog in the fight, as it says. It's an interesting case because of the circumstances surrounding it, and you know full well what those circumstances are. Now, this woman is accused of kidnapping or attempting to kidnapping her child from the foster parents by her daughter. This is the thing. This is not any of us making these accusations. It's her own daughter. This is family. So, well, again, Kathy, everything you're talking about is personal. This business with, what do you mean? No. You've been talking about Kim's marriage. You've been talking about clean water, oil and gas. What does this have to do with Kaylee Anthony? Tell me this. What does all this have to do with Kaylee Anthony, the boyfriend, any of this stuff? What does it have to do with Kaylee Anthony? Or Haley Cummins, excuse me. This is what I'm trying to get across. You're bringing stuff into this that doesn't matter. What does this have to do? Whatever it is, again, this has nothing to do with the Haley Cummings case. This is character assassination by someone that was mad because he got rejected. And you can't forget about Tim because Kim is the one that reported all this stuff. What does Kim's personal relationship have to do with a missing child? Answer that. What does Kim's personal life have to do with a missing child? This is what I'm trying to understand, because this is the argument. This is one of the reasons that you don't like Kim is because of her personal life. So what? Again, what does Michael Bacasio have to do with the missing Haley Cummings case? I know all about Michael and what he did and what he's accused of doing. But what does that have to do with Haley Cummings? Nothing. So I can't afford a cruise. Again, stuff happens in Florida. What does this have to do with Haley Cummings? There's all kinds of things, and it's not just Florida. It's all over the country. I mean, you want to talk about Phil McConnell's legal problems? But what does that have to do with Haley Cummings? This is the problem here. This all started because a girl disappeared, a child disappeared in Palatka, Florida. And the guy got pissed off because he couldn't join the party with the people that were trying to find her. And now all of a sudden we're talking about divorces, boyfriends, biodiesel, husbands doing something, and what goes on in Florida. What goes on in Florida goes on everywhere in the world. Florida does not have an exclusive on anything. Except maybe the worst governor in the history of Florida, but that's something else. But this is what I keep talking about. This nonsense that keeps popping in where it doesn't belong. And it's why Field was wrong to get involved. Because all Kim was someone that was trying to help find a missing child. And some guy pissed off at her, and this is why we're having this argument right now. So it has to come back to Tim because he's the catalyst. It's biodiesel. And correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, but what Michael did is he had a company, and they would take and they would recycle cooking oil, and they would either use it as a substitute for diesel in some applications, or they would mix it with diesel fuel. And, it was missing the word here. And it was an environmental effort to cut down on the amount of oil taken out of the ground. But why this had anything to do with the Haley Cummings case is beyond me. What's funny about this is Tim actually wrote about biodiesel at one time when he was still at that newspaper, because I remember hearing about it. But back at that time, biodiesel was the big thing. People were running around with cars converted to run on cooking oil because of the nature of diesel engines. And well, I'm on Social Security, Kathy, so this is my normal routine. I mean, Randy's usually up until 4 o'clock in the morning doing her stuff, and then she gets up at 8 o'clock in the morning and starts all over again. But, I'll sleep on the plane tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about it. But the problem with society today is we get stuck on irrelevancy. Now, we may have issues with each other over this, that, or the other thing, but it really doesn't matter all that much. There's people on here I'll probably never meet in my life, including you, Kathy. It's just the way things work. So we're a bunch of strangers having these intense arguments with each other over nothing. None of this is important. Yeah, don't you have to go to court tomorrow? It's 1:30 in the morning. Well, Kathy, you can have your discussion. I think that while she approached that wrong, the problem with that town is that they were protecting rapists. Now, the core of this whole thing is a teenager was what they call digitally raped. And the town tried to cover it up. It's that simple. Good night, Kim. We'll do this again someday. Have success in court. Good night. Probably going to be shutting this thing down in a minute anyway. Well, we're all tired. This has been not only tonight, but this stuff has been going on for years, Kathy. And, really, the only thing I would ask is for you to take a little bit of time and just think about things. Set aside your grievances, set aside your biases, set aside your dislike of Kim or Alex or Levi or any of that, and just think things through. I can't tell you what conclusion you're going to come up with because that's up to you and your personality and how you take in information. But take your time, think things through, kind of work out what makes sense. That's all anybody can ask, and see where it leads you. And feel free to come in here. And yes, I'm going to go to sleep. This thing's been going on for 4.5 hours. This is one of the longest live streams I've done. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Please like, subscribe, hit the notifications, because I'll be doing more stuff to piss people off in the weeks to come. So stay tuned and have a good one. Night all.